In this full tutorial, we will have a look at how we can change our player character. This is our part 2 tutorial. If you haven't watched the first tutorial where I already set all player movements, coin and first enemy, then make sure you check that out, and I will have a link in the description of that first part. In this course, we will implement attack animation of our player game object. We will add one more enemy to our game, camera shake with cinemation camera, and lots of other things in Unity 6 with C# programming. Also, I will have some amazing courses on Unity 6 with C# programming on my Udemy page, and you can take a look on it as well. I will have in the description. Before I jump into this full tutorial, I want to thank awesome Patreon supporters from YouTube and Patreon membership. Thanks to Madhu aka Kuttono, Rajat Sharma aka Game of Life, and Shiori Place from YouTube membership. And from Patreon membership, thanks to 4 Akets, Neil Rose Mendiro, Zitong Zhao, Frida Josephine, and Gustavo Flores. If you guys want to support me, then you can do so on Patreon or on through YouTube membership, and with that you will unlock many benefits such as early access to my new content, my paid Udemy courses for free, game source code, and much more. And you can see on membership page before you take or join as a member. Now, without wasting any more time, let's dive into this full Unity 6 and C# tutorial. Double my first player game object. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck. Basically, we're just disabling it. So I will have second player, because we don't have our jump animation clip in this player, so that's why I'm just not gonna use that. Instead, I'm gonna use some other assets. So I will move over to my project tab and assets, and then hero knight folder. Of course, I will give a link in the description, you can check that out. So I'm gonna move over to my sprites folder underneath this hero knight folder, and let's select this folder, which is hero knight whole sprite sheet. So just select that, go over to inspector, and click on this open sprite editor. So we can see we have more than one sprite, so we need to split individually. But before you do, you go to pixel per unit and choose something around a low number. Low pixel size, less pixel size basically means the sprite just gonna be large in size. So make it something around 32 or 16, and after doing that, scroll down and choose this filter mode to point no filter to get rid of blurry thing on your sprite sheet. So after doing all of these things, click on this apply button in the bottom. I already have done it, as you can see, and just go over to this sprite editor tab. Click on this slice in the top left and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. And after doing that, click on slice and then click on apply button. And once you've done, you can just go over to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow to see individual. So I already have done all of these things, so I'm gonna move over to my that sprite sheet, and let's select the game view once again over here, and I'm gonna select my first sprite. So let's select that, drag it over to this hierarchy or into this scene view. I'm gonna drag it over to my hierarchy, and I'm gonna reset my position. So let's select the sprite first. Let's go to inspector, right click on this transform and reset it. And I'm gonna select my sprite. Let's press down F in order to focus on it. But the problem is that our sprite seems too much small, so we need to make it bigger a little bit in size. So I'm gonna select my sprite sheet one more time. Let's go to inspector, and let's make this pixel per unit something 16, and let's click on this apply button. And as soon as we have done, we can see now our sprite player sprite is just a little bit bigger. And I'm gonna name this to something like player 2, or let's call it player instead. So I'm gonna select my hero knight sprite, hero knight underscore 0 in the hierarchy, and let's rename it to something like player, and we're gonna add some components to this player game object. So let's click on this add component in the inspector. We're gonna add a rigid body 2D first. So let's type the component which is rigid body 2D, and let's attach that. And let's scale up the gravity a little bit. So I'm gonna scale the gravity something like 3, and let's choose collision detection to continuous, so it's continuously detect collision. And we will choose interpolate to making out a little bit smooth, or you can just leave that to none, but I'm gonna choose interpolate. And we need to freeze the rotation about z axis. If I don't do it, so if I just select my player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to transform rotation and play around with z rotation, we can see it's kind of rotating weirdly. So that's why, to restrict that, we need to freeze the rotation about z axis. But before I do, I'm gonna set the z rotation to 0 once again. Let's go to freeze rotation, basically constraint, then freeze rotation about z axis. Now it's fine. And let's add up one more component, which gonna be a box collider 2D for collision detection. And we're gonna add multiple component as well. I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy. Let's drag it over to top in the hierarchy so we can see all the time. And let's click on this add component. We will add a component box collider 2D. Let's attach that, and we need to adjust the collider as the size of our player sprite. So let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider of basically as the size of our player game object, something around this. And this seems pretty much fine. And if we just click on this play button in the top, by now you will see this player game object just gonna fall down top of this ground right away. So just wait for to compile to start our game. Once it's done, we are ready to check that. And as soon as we can see, as soon as the game started, this player game object just gets fall down top of this tile ground. And if I move over to my console tab, we're just getting some errors. Well, we can ignore this because we don't have the player skip yet. So let's get out of play mode. And what we will do, we will basically gonna make our animation by now. So if I move to my project tab, then assets, and then Heronoid folder, then animation folder, we can see too many animation already created for this player game object. So we don't need to create the animation from scratch. So instead, what we can do, we're gonna add a animator component to this player game object in order to attach animation. So we need to do that. So what you have to do, basically select the player game object in the hierarchy, then click on this add component and find the component by typing, which is animator. So just attach that, and over here what we have to do, we need to drag a controller here so we can create a controller in our assets. So we're gonna move over to this project tab, then assets, and then animation folder. So basically create a animations folder first by right clicking on this assets, then create in the top, and then click on this folder and name that folder to something like animation. And I already have a player animation, animation, as you can see. I'm gonna create another subfolder for my player 2 or for this player animation. So let's right click on this animation and let's create folder. Basically it's a folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like player 2 animation. So let's call it player 2 underscore animation. Now it's fine, and let's double click this in order to open that up. So basically what we have to do, if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animator component in the inspector, we need to drag a controller here so we can create our controller in this assets folder. But I'm gonna do inside my player 2 underscore animation subfolder right there. So let's click right there, then create, and then scroll down a bit. So you need to find animation. So over here, as you can see, and we can see a animator controller. So just click there in order to create, and I'm gonna name this controller to something like player 2. So let's call it player 2, something like that. And if I just double click on it, we can we just move it over to this animator tab. So by now we can see we don't have animation, so we need to create those, or we need to drag those animation. For now, let's move over to project tab one more time. And what we will do, we will select our player game object in the hierarchy and select this player 2 controller that you created and drag it over to this controller field in animator component, as you can see now we have done. But if I just double click on this animator controller of this player 2, we can see we don't have any animation, but we do have all of those animation created already. So what we need to do, we need to drag over to this player game object. So we will move over to our project tab, then animation then assets folder, then let's move over to this hero knight folder. Then we have our animation subfolder in this hero knight, and we can see we have many animation clip. We have this hero knight attack 1, hero knight attack 2, hero knight attack 3, and all of this animation. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3, this animation clip from that folder, and drag it over to this player game object in the hierarchy. And now if I just select my player game object in the hierarchy and double click on this controller in animator component in the inspector, we can see if I just scroll my mouse to zoom out, we have now by attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3 animation clip of this player game object. Why? Because we drag it, so that is the reason. So let's drag other animation clip as well, like jumping, taking damage, death animation clip, or those basically. So we need to drag. So let's move over to project tab one more time, and let's go over to this animation folder, basically where we have we have all of the animation. So basically we don't need to create the animation clip from scratch, like dragging and doing in animation tab. Instead we can simply directly drag from here, because we already have those animation clip. So let's find our jump, taking damage, and the death animation clip. As well as we need to give the jump as well. So let's find them. So we have fall, heart. So I'm gonna select this heart animation clip of this hero knight player animation. So let's select that and drag it over to this player game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna just move that animation clip in our animator tab. And if I just scroll my mouse, we can see we have by now hero knight underscore heart animation clip as soon as we drag it over there, as you seen. So let's drag other animation as well, other animation clips. So let's find, this is our ideal. So let's drag it to this player game object in the hierarchy, and we have ideal block, we have the jump one. So let's select this animation clip and let's drag it over to this player game object as well. And let's find other animation. We have roll, we have run. So let's select this one, let's drag it over to this player game object in the hierarchy, and let's find our dying animation, or we can just leave that as well. So if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animator tab, we can see we have all of the animation by now. We have attack 2, attack 3, and this attack 1. We have heart animation clip, we have idle, we have jump, we have run. So we need to drag the death animation clip as well, but I'm not gonna do that at all. But if you just want to play the death animation clip of this player game object as well, once this player game object loses all of his health, then you just want to play the death animation clip, then you can drag the death animation clip as well in this player game object in the hierarchy. But I'm not gonna do that, because I'm gonna destroy this player game object right away, and I just want to show the explosion effect. So that's why I'm not gonna do it. And let's make this player game object as well a prefab, so we're gonna have the copy. But before I do, I'm gonna name this to something like player 2 instead of just leaving it to player name. I'm gonna call it player 2 because we already had one this player in the hierarchy, as you can see, and I just disable it. So now let's select the player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in order to make it prefab. But I'm gonna create a subfolder for my all of these characters like enemies, all of these things. So I'm gonna create another subfolder inside my prefabs folder to keep all of the things in organized way. So let's right click there in this prefabs folder, let's create folder, and I'm gonna name this folder to something like player 2 prefabs. So, or let's call it something like character instead, because we're gonna drag all of the characters or enemies into this folder. So that's why I'm gonna call it something else. So I'm gonna call it characters. So let's call it characters, sorry, characters. And now let's select this player to game object in the hierarchy. So I'm gonna select that, and let's drag it over to this characters folder inside this underneath our prefabs folder. So we can see by now we just made it prefab. I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And we also need to attach our basically player, you can simply say our player script inside into this player to game object as well. But before we do, let's make those animation transition. So I'm gonna move over to my animator tab, and we can see we have all of the all of this animation clip. So if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see this attack one just gonna play right away. Why? Because that animation we can see we have chosen by default, but we don't want that to make our default state. Instead, we need to make the idle, and we can see as soon as the game started, the attack animation just played. So what we need to do now, we need to get out of play mode, and let's make the idle animation clip the default one. So we will choose our hero knight idle underscore idle animation clip. Let's right click on that clip and set as, just click on this set as layer default state. Now if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see as soon as the game just gonna start, this player 2 will play the idle animation clip over again and again. So just wait, and once it's done, we are ready to see. And we can see indeed the idle animation is now playing over again and again, and we can take a look on it in our animator tab as well, which we can see a hero knight idle animation just playing in looping. So let's get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition to this hero knight run, as well as we need to make transition to jump. We need to make transition between this animation clip. So let's do that. So move over to animator tab first. In the left side you can see layer, and in this right side we have parameters. So we're going to choose a parameter. So let's right click on this idle animation clip and make transition to run, and let's select this transition. We will move to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as we try to move left and right, we need to play the run animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick has exit time, as well as we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play the run animation clip. So we're going to choose some certain condition or some certain parameter. So in animator tab we can see parameters over here. So we're going to choose a parameter for it. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose a float parameter or a float condition, and I'm going to call this one to something like run. And let's go to this condition in the inspector, and then click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose if run is greater than some smaller number. We're going to check for something like 0.1. You can check with any number that you like, but choose a less number. So if run is greater than 0.1, 0.1, so we have chosen that this condition, so it's gonna play the run animation clip. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, as you can see in the inspector. So if I just click on this play button in the top, and if I set this run parameter to something like 1, so 1 just gonna, so this run over here is 1 in the inspector. So 1 we do know it's gonna be greater than 0.1, so that's why run animation just gonna play right away, because the condition is true. So that's why. So if I set this manually run parameter to something around 1, as you can see, as soon as we have chosen 1 in this run parameter, it's playing the run animation clip of this player game object right away, and it's just playing over again and again. Why? Because we can see in the inspector we have chosen that condition. If I set this run parameter to 1, so 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why run animation clip is now playing over again and again. So we also need to play the idle animation clip as well. So we also need to make transition back to from this run to idle, or else we will stuck in run animation clip forever. So let's get out of play mode, and let's make transition back to this idle. So we will right click on this hero knight run animation clip, and let's make transition back to idle, and let's select this transition we will move to inspector, and we're gonna untick has exit time, because as soon as we will stops moving to the left or right, we need to play the idle animation clip instead of the run one as soon as possible. So that's why we just uncheck this has exit time, and as well we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play the run animation sorry, idle animation clip. So we're gonna choose this condition, and for now we're gonna just gonna choose the opposite one. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this run condition. If run is now, we're gonna check with less, and we will check with some smaller number, something like 0.1, or you can check with 0.01 as well. So you can check with smaller number. So we can see by now, if run parameter is less than 0.1, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. So if I just click on this play button in the top and try to set this run parameter manually, you will able to notice that as soon as we're gonna choose run parameter to 0, and we do know that if we set this run parameter to 0, and 0 we definitely know is lesser than 0.1, so the condition over here just gonna be true. So that's why it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. So if I set this run parameter to 1 in my animator tab, as you can see, it's playing now a run animation clip. But once I set this run parameter to 0, it's playing the ideal animation clip. Why? Because we can see in the inspector, if we set this run parameter to 0, and 0 will be lesser than 0.1, so this number, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this ideal animation clip is just playing right away. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make transition with some certain condition. And we also need to make our jump animation clip transition. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we also need to make transition from this idle to jump or run to jump, as well as between this animation clip. We also need to make transition from this idle to attack 1, attack 2, or attack 3. And we're not gonna make transition from this run, because once this player game object moving left and right, we don't want to play the attack animation clip. Instead, we want to play the attack animation clip of this player game object once this player game object standing at one point or playing the idle animation clip. So that's why. So we will only gonna make from this idle to attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3. So let's do that. So let's right click on this hero knight underscore idle animation clip, and let's make transition to this attack 1, and let's select this transition. We will move over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as we click, or we're gonna check with left mouse button, so we're gonna play our attack 1 animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick the has exit time, and we will set our transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play our this attack 1 animation clip. So we're gonna choose a condition for it. So let's move over to this animator, then parameters, and then click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a trigger for it, and I'm gonna call this trigger to something like attack, or let's call it attack 1 instead. And we're gonna choose this condition. So let's go to inspector, scroll down, and let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this attack. So just click over here in order to choose the parameter. So if I just click on this play button in the top and try to trigger this attack 1 parameter manually, you will see the attack 1 animation just gonna play right away. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, and we can see in the inspector, as you can see. So whenever we're gonna trigger this attack 1 parameter, you will see this attack 1 animation just gonna play right away. So let's trigger this manually. So as you can see, as soon as we triggering, we're just playing the attack 1 animation clip. But the problem is that once we play our attack 1 animation clip, we just stuck in this attack 1 animation clip forever. So we also need to make transition from this attack 1 back to our idle. So let's get out of play mode, and let's right click on this attack 1, and let's make transition back to our idle, and let's select this transition. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna leave this has exit time, and exit time we're gonna choose 1 basically means over here 100%. And we just leave that we leave it this has exit time, because we're gonna play the 100% animation clip of this attack 1, and after that we just want to make that we just want to play the idle animation clip. So that's why we just leave it this has exit time. As soon as well, we have chosen this exit time to 1. basically means we're gonna play our 100% animation clip of that attack 1, and after that it's gonna move over to this ideal animation clip. So we will set the transition duration to 0, and let's scroll down, and we're not gonna choose any condition for it because we just want to play the ideal animation clip automatically if the attack 1 animation clip completely gets played. After that we just want to play the ideal animation clip right away, so that is the reason. And what we will do now, we also need to make transition from this idle to attack 2 as well as attack 3, and we have it over here. So let's make transition from this idle to our attack 2. So let's right click on this idle, make transition to attack 2, and let's choose this transition or this arrow. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna leave the has exit time as well, and let's choose this exit time to 1, and let's set the transition duration to 0, and we're gonna choose a second condition for it, for this attack to animation clip. So let's move over to this animator. Let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose another trigger in the bottom, and I'm gonna name this condition to something like attack 2. So we have chosen a trigger parameter, so we're going to choose this condition. So let's go to inspector and click on this plus icon in these conditions, and we're going to choose our attack 2. So once we're going to trigger manually this attack 2 parameter, you will see this attack 2 animation will be play. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, as you can see in the inspector. So we also need to make transition back to our idle once we play it 100% attack 2 animation clip of this player game object. So let's right click on this attack 2 and make transition back to our idle, and let's select this arrow. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna choose the exit time to 1, so it's gonna play the 100% animation clip. As well, we're gonna choose transition duration to 0, and let's scroll down, and we will not gonna choose any condition for it, so it's automatically gonna move over to this ideal animation clip once our attack to animation just played 100%. So let's do the thing with our attack 3. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose another trigger, and we will name this trigger to something like, or this condition to attack 3. So let's make transition from this idle to our attack 3 as well, and I'm going to move this animation clip somewhere over here. Let's choose this attack 3. So let's right click on this idle, make transition to attack 3, and let's select this arrow or transition. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna leave the has basically we're gonna untick the has exit time. Sorry if we have done so I'm really apologize, we have done a mistake over here. We can see from this idle we just making attack to animation clip. So what we basically need to do, we're gonna untick this has exit time from this idle 2 to attack sorry, from this idle animation clip to attack 2. Why? Because as soon as we're gonna click left mouse button, we just want to play the attack to animation clip right away. So that's why we just has untick this has exit time, and if we choose the back transition, we can see we just leave it this exit time to 1, as well as this has exit time. Why? Because we just want to play the 100% animation clip of this attack 2, so that's why we just leave it that has exit time, as well as we have chosen the exit time to 1, means 100%. So let's select this transition, which is our attack 3, and let's set the transition duration to 0. Let's scroll down, and we're going to choose a third condition for it. So we already have created over here, we can see, which is attack 3. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose our attack 3 condition or this attack 3 parameter or trigger. And we also need to make transition back to our idle. So let's right click on it and make transition back to our idle, and let's select this back transition. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna put exit time to 1, means we're gonna play 100%. As well, we're gonna leave this exit time to be checked, and let's set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we're not gonna choose any condition for it, so it's gonna move over to this ideal animation clip without any condition after playing this attack 300% animation clip. And we can see that this as well. So let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see. So if we just trigger this attack 3 parameter or in our animator tab, you will see the attack 3 animation will be play, and after that it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. So if I manually try to trigger this attack 3 parameter, as you can see, as soon as we triggered this attack 3, we can see the attack 3 but animation just played. And if I just we can just uncheck there in order to uncheck the parameter, and we can just trigger this attack to parameter as well. And as soon as we trigger this attack to parameter or this condition in our animator tab, we can see attack to animation now just played right away. And if I just trigger this attack 3 attack 1 parameter, we can see attack 1 animation just played right away. So basically this is the thing, and let's get out of play mode. And we also need to make transition from this to from our jump. So let's suppose we just running standing 1 point. We also and if we just press down space key on our keyboard, we don't know do know that we just making our player game object jump. So we also need to play the jump animation clip as well. As soon as we press down jump, we do know we just jumping, so at that moment we need to play the jump animation clip. So we also need to make transition to this jump animation as well, and we're gonna make it from any state. Why? Because if it's, let's suppose this player game object is running to the left or right side, and if we just suddenly press down space key, then we do know we just directly making our player jump no matter what state we are in, like running or standing 1 point or just playing the attack animation clip. As soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we do know we just making our jump, means we need to play the jump animation clip right away no matter what state we are in. Even we are jumping, we just want to play the jump animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this any state. So let's right click on this any state and make transition to this jump, hero knight jump, and let's select this transition. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna untick this as exit time, because as soon as we gonna jump, we just want to play the jump animation clip right away. So that's why, and we're gonna choose transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play the jump animation clip. So we're gonna choose we're gonna create another condition for our jumping. So let's go to animator tab and let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna we will create a bool parameter, or we're going to choose our bool condition which can be true or false, and I'm going to call it something like jump. So we're going to choose this condition. So let's select this transition from this any state to jump. Let's go to inspector and let's click on this plus icon. So scroll down and we will choose our jump parameter. So if jump parameter is true, as you can see, it's gonna play the jump animation clip right away. Why? Because we can see we have chosen that condition. So if I just click on this play button in the top and try to set this jump parameter manually to true, means check, you will see the jump animation just gonna play right away. So if I just try to trigger this jump parameter, as you can see, as soon as we not trigger, basically if we set this jump parameter to check, means we just setting it to true, and as soon as we set it to true, we can see player a stuck in jump animation clip. So we also need to make transition from this jump of this player game object to this idle or run, depending upon what player is doing. Let's suppose player is running, just moving left and right. So as soon as this player game object just gonna touch this ground, it should play the run animation clip because it's moving. And let's suppose player it's not moving at all after jumping, that means this player game object need to play the ideal animation clip as soon as this player game object feet touches our ground. So basically that is the logic. So let's get out of play mode. So we need to make transition from this jump to idle or run, depending upon if this player is really moving or not. So we also need to make transition. So let's what we will do, we will choose our jump animation clip. So let's right click on it and let's right click on this and make transition to idle, and we will choose our condition. And by default I'm gonna uncheck this jump parameter, means we just setting it to false. And also I'm gonna just untrigger, not gonna trigger this attack 1. So that's why I just click there. And let's select this arrow, let's go to inspector, and I'm gonna uncheck this has exit time, because as soon as this player game object just gonna touches this ground, I just want to play the ideal animation right away if the player is not moving at all and standing at one point. So I just want to play the ideal animation clip as soon as this player game object feet touches this tile ground. And I'm gonna set the transition duration to 0, and let's scroll down, and we need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play this ideal animation clip. So let's click on this play, but click on this plus button, and we're gonna choose our jump, and we will choose if jump is false. So just click over here. So if jump is false, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. But we're gonna choose a second condition in order to check if this player game object is moving or not. If this player game object is moving and this player game object just touches this ground, means it's need to play the run animation clip right away after making our player jump animation clip, because this player is moving. So that's why we're gonna choose a second condition for it, to check if the player is moving or not. If not moving, then we need to play the idle, but if it's moving, then this player game object need to play the run animation clip as soon as this player game object touches our ground. So that's why we're going to choose a second condition for it. So let's go to inspector one more time, and let's click on this plus icon, and we will choose if this run is lesser than 0.1. So we're going to check with a smaller number, but you can check with any number you like, something like 0.01, or you can check with zero point 0.2 as well, but check it with less number. So we do know once we are not moving, we're gonna set this run parameter to 0, and if we set this run parameter to 0, so 0 will be lesser than 0.1. We do know 0 is lesser than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. And if we set the jump parameter to false, means both of this condition is totally true, then it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. Why? Because it's not moving at all. So that's why we just checked with second condition as well, which is run is lesser than 0.1. And we do know once we not moving left and right, we're just setting this run parameter to 0, and we do know 0 is lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true, that is the reason it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, and you will see it. So as soon as I'm gonna check this jump parameter to check, basically means true, it will play the jump animation clip. And if I just uncheck that, means we just gonna set it to false, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. So if I set this jump parameter to check, basically means true, we can see we just playing the jump animation clip by now. And if I just uncheck this jump parameter, or uncheck basically means we just setting it to false. So as you can see, as soon as we set it to false, means uncheck, this player game object is now playing the ideal animation clip over again and again. So I hope you get the idea of this. So let's get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition from this jump to run, because if the player game object is running or just moving left and right after jumping, that means that if this player game object touches the ground, it should play the run animation clip instead of the ideal after making our jump animation clip, because this player game object just gonna move. So as soon as possible, if this player game object touches our ground, it's need to play the run animation clip. So that's why. So let's make transition. So we're gonna basically what we will do, we will right click on this jump animation clip of this hero knight, and let's make transition to this hero knight run, and let's select this back transition from this jump to our run. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as this player game object just gonna land top of this ground, and if it's running, then it's need to play the run animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick this has exit time as well. We're gonna set transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down, we need to choose some certain condition, in which condition we want to play that run animation clip. So let's click on this plus icon, and firstly we're gonna choose if this jump parameter is false. So we're gonna check with this condition. Basically, if we set this jump parameter to uncheck, means false, we just want to play the run animation clip. And I'm gonna check with a second condition in order to check this player game object is moving or not. So let's click on this plus icon one more time in this condition, and we're gonna check if run parameter is greater than 0.1 by now. If that is the case, means we do know that once we are moving to the left or right direction, we're just setting this run parameter to 1. And if we set this run parameter to 1, so 1 just gonna be greater than 0.1. So the condition, as you can see, it's gonna be True, so that's why it will play the run animation clip instead of the idle as soon as this player game object just gonna touches this ground. So basically that is the thing. So the first condition should be this jump parameter is false, means unchecked, and also this condition should be true. If this is true, if this two condition is true, that means it's gonna play the run animation clip instead of the idle as soon as we're gonna touches our ground. Basically this player game object just gonna touch this ground. So let's have a look on this. So we can just click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we can check that as well. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done you will see it, and we can see that if I just check, we playing jump, and uncheck we just playing idle because we're not moving at all. And let's suppose we just moving, that means we need to play the run instead of the idle. So let's get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition to this heart as well. So let's suppose this player game object just taking damage from our enemy game object. So this player game object need to play the heart animation clip or the damage animation clip of this player game object. So let's make transition to this heart as well, and we're gonna make transition from this idle only. So let's suppose this player game object just standing at that one point, and it just taking damages from this enemy game object. That means this player game object just only need to play this heart animation clip once this player game object just standing at one point. And let's suppose we just moving left and right, or just playing running animation clip of this player game object, and then we just take damage. I don't want to play this heart animation clip at all once we are moving. So that's why I'm gonna make a transition from this idle only. So let's right click on this idle animation clip, and let's make transition to our heart, and let's select this transition, go to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time. So basically as soon as we're gonna take a damage from those enemy game object, this player game object need to play the heart animation clip right away, immediately, instantly it should play. So that is the reason. And let's set transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down, we're going to choose a trigger for it, a condition, basically a specific condition in order to play that. So let's go to animator tab, let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose this trigger, and I'm going to name this trigger to something like damage. So let's call it damage, or this condition, and let's go to inspector, and let's click on this plus icon, and I'm gonna choose this damage. So if we just trigger this damage parameter, it's gonna play the heart animation clip because we have chosen that condition, as you can see in the inspector. And we also need to make transition back to our idle, or we will stuck in this heart animation clip forever. So we also need to make transition back to our idle. So let's right click on this heart, and let's make transition back to our idle, and let's select this transition. Let's go to inspector, and I'm gonna leave this as exit time because this player game object need to play the 100% animation clip of that heart or the damage animation clip, and after that it should play the idle. So that's why I'm gonna uncheck this as exit time, and exit time I'm gonna choose 1, basically means 100%. And after that I'm gonna choose this transition duration to 0, because once we played 100% animation clip of that damage or this player game object heart animation clip, it should go right away to this ideal animation clip, and it should not be there's any delay. So that's why I just set this transition duration to 0, and I'm not gonna choose any condition for it to go back. So it's automatically gonna move over to this ideal animation clip once this heart animation clip of this player game object has done already 100%. So it's gonna move over to automatically this ideal, and we can check that as well by clicking in this play button in the top, and we can just manually trigger this damage parameter over here in our animator tab. And you will see as soon as we're gonna trigger this damage parameter, that animation or the heart animation just gonna play right away. So if I just trigger this damage parameter, as you can see, as soon as we triggering, this player game object just playing the heart animation clip, and you can see in the game view as well as in the scene view, you can notice that. So if I just trigger this damage parameter, we can see it just playing the heart animation clip or the damage animation clip of this player game object. And if I just trigger this attack 1 parameter, we can see attack 1 animation just playing, and if I just trigger this attack 2 parameter, it's playing the attack 2 animation clip. And if we just trigger this attack 3 parameter, we can see attack 3 animation is now playing. So basically we need to set this or we just need to trigger and we need to set this parameter through our code depending upon what player is really doing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and make sure you just press down Control S on your keyboard in order to save your project whatever you have done so far. So I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project, and you can just ignore in this console tab this error. We're gonna take a look on this later, so you can just simply ignore that, or you can just click on this clear button in this console tab in the left side. In the top left side you can find in this console tab. Let's move over to this project tab, then assets, and then script folder. Basically we need to find our player script, and I have created my player script in this script folder. As you can see, I have it over here. So what we will do, we will select our player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this player script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, and after that we're gonna double click to this script to open it up in Visual Studio. But before we do, let's assign this variable. So what we will do, firstly we need to explosion effect prefab. Basically we need to drag our explosion effect prefab in this slot. But before we do, let's go over to overrides in the inspector, then click on apply all. So the script we attach over here, it's gonna be attached into this player 2 game object prefab as well. So if I move over to my prefabs folder, then characters, and double click on this player 2 game object, it's gonna open up in prefab mode. So let's double click on this, and now we can see our player 2 game object. So let's assign this variable one by one. So first thing what we need to drag our explosion effect prefab in this slot. So I'm gonna move over to my prefabs folder, and let's find our explosion effect from here. So I have it over here, so let's select that and drag it over here. And the second thing, we need explosion position from where we want to explode, basically want to spawn that explosion effect. So let's create an empty child game object inside this player 2 game object, and then we're gonna move it something over here, and so it's gonna be perfect point to spawn our explosion effect. So that's why we're gonna create a separate game object or a position for that. So let's select our player 2 game object in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it, let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call this game object to something like explosion effect point, something like that. And let's select this move tool from the scene view, and I'm gonna move it something over here, and let's select this explosion effect, let's drag it in this slot. And the second thing, we need health text, and we not gonna able to do it over here because we need to do it in outside of this prefab mode. So we need to do, so we're gonna take a look on that later. And let's take a look this slot. So jump height, which is set to something like 7, so I'm gonna make it a little bit higher, something like 12. And attack position, and it says non-transform. So let's create a attack point, and I'm gonna move that attack point something over here in order to create our circle, attack circle. And if that circle collide with those enemy game object, enemy just gonna take damage right away. So let's create that attack position. So let's select this player 2 game object, let's right click on it, let's create an empty game child game object, and I'm gonna name this game object to something like attack point or attack position, and let's drag it somewhere around here. And I'm gonna choose and gizmos for that, something like this yellow. And let's select this player 2 game object first in the hierarchy. Let's go to animation tab, then we're gonna choose our attack, and I'm gonna move that frame. So you can just adjust this attack point something over here, so it's gonna be center, and from that center you can create that attack radius. So I'm gonna move that something over here, and now let's select our this attack point, let's drag it over to this attack point slot, and we can adjust our attack radius. So I'm gonna increase my attack radius something around this much. This seems pretty much cool, which is 1.7 unit. And attack layer, and it says nothing, so I want to damage my enemy, so I will choose as a attack layer enemy. So let's click there, sorry, you can just click there and then choose the layer that you want to damage. So in my case, enemy. And let's select this rigid body, let's drag it into this rigid body field, and let's select this animator and let's drag it over to this animator slot. And now we have the reference and we need to assign this. So we can assign this parameter through inside how hierarchy, and we need to do outside our prefab mode. So we need to go back in our scene view. So to go back in the hierarchy, you can see back arrow, so just click there in order to go back. And now we will select our player 2 game object, and it says health text and it says none text. So we're gonna move over to our canvas and let's go to UI elements, and we have health text over here as you can see. So I'm gonna select my player 2 game object one more time in the hierarchy. Let's select this health text, let's drag it over to this health text, and we need to select our current coin text and let's drag it over to this current coin text field. And now we need to drag our panel the game over. So I'm going to move over to my this game over UI game object underneath my canvas, and let's select this panel which is game over panel, and let's drag it into this game over UI panel. And now if we just click on play button in the top, we should not able to see any error just gonna pop up underneath our console tab. So I'm going to select my console tab, let's click on this clear for now, and let's click play button in the top to play our game, and let's have a look on it. So as soon as the game start, the game will start. This player game object just gonna fall down due to our gravity, and you will see no error messages just gonna pop up in the console. But still we see a warning says work does not exist. Basically we need to change this work parameter to something like run, as we created those animations. So I'm gonna do that. So let's get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea that how you need to do, and make sure you just do that. So I'm going to move over to my overrides one more time and then click on this apply all if you just changes anything inside this player game object. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top, and I will change I will test my player jump. So just wait for to compile, basically wait a little moment to start our game, and once it's done we can just simply press down space key on our keyboard. We can see we just making our player jump. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. If I click on this play button in the top, you will see when we press down space key, we're not playing our jump animation clip at all. As well, we just once we just clicking left mouse button, we're not playing attack animation clip, so we need to do that. So before we do, let's have a look on it. So if I press down my space key on my keyboard, as you can see player is not playing at all our jump animation clip, and if I just click left mouse button, it's not playing the attack animation clip. So let's get out of play mode and let's do it. So we're gonna select our player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. So what we need a reference of this animator component. As you can see, we already have the reference which is public animator. Basically we have the reference of this animator component, means we can set this parameter. If I move to animator tab, we can see we have lot of parameters. We have jump, damage, attack 1, attack 2 and attack 3, also run parameter. So once we press down space key, then we need to set this jump parameter to true, basically check. So we do know once we gonna do it, it's gonna play the jump animation clip. So let's go to our script and we will scroll down something. Basically we will move over to that line of code, in which line of code we just making our player jump, and we doing over here as you can see. So if we press down space key, at the same time if we standing on the ground, then we just calling our jump function, means we just making our player game object jump. So at the same moment we need to play the jump animation as well. So we're gonna move over to animator component. So we already have the reference, as you know. So we will go to animator, then we're gonna use this set bool function. Why we using this set bool function? Because if I move to Unity, this jump parameter over here is a bool parameter, so that's why we need to use this animator dot set bool function. So basically we just moving over to this animator component of this player game object, and then we using that function which is set bool in order to set this jump parameter. parameter. So let's do that. So the first thing, it's going to take in quotation as the first argument the parameter name, and we have to put it in quotation. So make first this quotation, and we need to pass the parameter name, which is jump in our case. So make sure you just go to Unity and check the spelling, or else it's not gonna work. And the second thing, comma, it's gonna take the value. So if we set it to true, basically means check, we do know it's just gonna make our jump animation clip. And let's close that up with semicolon pi down, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we're just moving over to this animator component of this player 2 game object, and then we're using set bool function in order to set this jump parameter, as you can see in the animator tab. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we are ready to check that. So let's click on this play button in the top, and we you will see that as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, that jump parameter, we just setting it to true, means it's gonna play the jump animation clip as we have done in animator tab. So if I press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see, as soon as we press down space key, this player game object just plays the jump animation clip. But the problem is that we stuck in jump animation clip forever. So what we need to do, we also need to set back this jump parameter to false, means uncheck. So as soon as we just unchecking or setting it to false, it's just playing the idle animation clip. So we also need to set back this jump parameter to false. So let's get out of play mode, and when we need to set that, once this player game object touches this ground, or this collide with this ground, or this tile ground. So let's do that. So we will move over to script, and we're gonna move over to that line of code, in which line of code we just colliding with our ground. So we're gonna scroll down, and we can see we already use this on collision inter 2D function. So this function get called when we collide with something, and make sure you just include in your C# script, which is on collision inter 2D function. This function get called when we collide with something, and we can extract info what we collided with by going over to this, or by taking this collision parameter and we checking it over here. So collision dot game object dot tag basically means the game object we collided with, and then accessing the tag of that game object. So let's suppose we collide with this tile ground. So collision dot game object, basically over there just gonna be this tile ground, and then we just going over to this tile ground and accessing the tag of it. So if I move to my grid, and then this tile map, we can see we assigned this tile map or this tile ground as a ground tag. And you can see, or you can notice that in the inspector, if you haven't, just click there and then click on this add tag, and then click on this plus icon, name the tag what you want, and then click on save, and make sure you just go to that game object and assign with the tag that you recently name it. So I already assigned it with ground, as you can see. So we're checking it over here, as you can see, we're just accessing the tag of the game object, and we're checking if the tag is equals to ground. So we definitely gonna collide with that ground, and we're just accessing the tag of that ground, which is ground, and we're checking if that tag is equals to ground, and it's definitely gonna be, means we just colliding with the ground. So it means we need to set this jump parameter to false, because this player game object just gonna collide with this ground, so it's gonna stand on this ground. So that's why we need to set this jump parameter to false at that moment. So it's gonna play the idle animation clip once we touches our ground. So let's do that. So I'm gonna move over to this line of code where we colliding, and we checking it over here. So we just colliding with the ground here. So what we need to set that jump parameter to false. So firstly, let's move over to animator component, and let's use this dot set bool function in order to set the bool. And the bool, or the int id, we need to pass the parameter name, so in our case jump. And the second thing, it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna set it to false, basically means we just unchecking that, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. You will see, as soon as we're gonna collide with this ground, we're just setting this jump parameter to false. And we do know, once we're gonna set this jump parameter to false, it's gonna play the idle animation clip or the run, depending upon what this player game object is doing. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on it. and you will see as soon as this player game object just gonna touches this ground, it will just play the jump sorry, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. So let's have a look on it. So now if I just press down space key, as you can see, as soon as we touches this ground, we just playing the ideal animation clip as soon as we colliding with the ground. So this is cool thing. And now what we need to do, if we try to move left and right, we can see we're not playing the running animation clip at all. So once we start moving to the left or right direction, we need to play the run animation clip. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we need to set this run parameter to 1 or 0 depending upon what player game object is really doing. So let's go over to our script and let's move over to that line of code, in which line of code we're moving, and we're doing over here as you can see. So if mathf.f's movement is greater than 0.1, so movement, so you can ignore this for now, and we're checking, you can simply say if movement is greater than 0.1. So once we start moving to the left or right direction, we do know this movement just gonna be this over here, it can be -1 or plus 1 or 0 depending upon which direction we're moving. So once we start moving, this movement just gonna be 1 or -1, and we're checking if that is greater than 0.1. And what we're doing in that situation, we just making our run animation clip, but in quotation we just pass work. Instead of work, we need to set this run, because if we move to Unity and move over to animator tab, we can see we need to pass the parameter name. So in our case, this run, and we use this set float function because that run parameter is a float function, and this we checking it over here if movement is greater than 0.1. So once we start moving to the left or right direction, we do know that movement just gonna be 1. And we're checking if the movement is greater than 0.1. So once we start moving, so this gonna be 1, and we definitely know that 1 is greater than 0.1. So in that situation, what we're doing, we're just going over to this animator component of this player to game object, as you can see, and by this animator we're just setting this run parameter to be 1. So once we start moving, we just setting it to we checking with smaller number, as you can see, because if I select my transition from this idle to run and then go over to inspector and scroll down, we can see that we just taking with smaller number. So once we start moving, that movement just gonna be 1, and if it is, then we just setting that run parameter to 1, and we do know once we set this run to 1, it's gonna play the running animation clip. If you just a little bit confused, then you can check the previous tutorial of this. I will have a link in the description, you can go and check that out. Also, I'm gonna put 2 other videos about making running animation clip, and how you can just do the movement thing will be available in the description, so you can check that out if you are a little bit confused. So once we start moving to the left direction, we do know that movement just gonna be -1. Basically this over here just gonna be -1, and we do know that -1 not gonna be greater than 0.1. So that's why we use this mathf.fs function, and in this fs function we need to put the parameter that we want to just convert into a positive number. So in our case, movement, as you can see, so this mathf.fs, it's gonna convert -1 to +1. So it's gonna convert any negative value to a positive. So once we start moving to the left direction, we do know that that movement just gonna be -1, and -1 not gonna be greater than 0.1. So the over here the condition is just getting false. So that's why we just use this mathf.s function in order to convert that negative value to a positive. So this -1 movement just gonna be +1 by now, and we do know +1 just gonna be greater than 0.1. So that's why we just going to animator, basically this animator component of this player to game object, this animator, and then we just setting this run parameter to 1, as you can see over here. And once we stops moving, so let's suppose this player game object just standing at 1 point, and it just playing the ideal animation clip. So in that situation, what we're doing, we checking firstly if movement is lesser than 0.1. So we do know once we stops moving to the left or right direction, this movement right over here, this one, it's gonna be 0, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1. So in that situation, what we're doing, we're just going to animator component and we're just setting that float. So we pass in quotation work. So instead of work, we're gonna pass run, because if we move to Unity, we can see this is run parameter. By now we just name it run. You can name it to something like a work as well, but it's totally up to you. So I'm gonna pass in quotation the parameter name, so in my case run. So make sure you just spelling it correct. So in my case run, and let's control S, let's press down control S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So we're checking else if the movement, so we do know once we stops moving, this movement just gonna be 0, and we're checking if this movement is lesser than 0.1. So once we stops moving, so this movement just gonna be 0. So 0 is lesser than 0.1, means we just standing at 1 point. Then what we're doing, we're just going over to this player to animator component, and then we're just setting this run parameter to 0, as you can see. And we do know once we set it to 0, it's gonna play this idle animation clip. So if I select my back transition from this run to idle and then go over to inspector, scroll down, we can see we have chosen that condition if run is lesser than 0.1. So if we set this run parameter to 0, so 0 will be lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why it's gonna move over to this idle animation clip right away from this run animation clip. So basically that is the thing. I hope you get the idea. And now we're gonna press down Control S. We're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So I'm gonna press down one more time Control S. I'm gonna remove this comment. So let's do that, and let's press down Control S to save our script, and let's move to Unity by now. And let's have a look. Once we start moving to the left or right direction, we're just setting this run parameter to 1, and we do know once we set this run parameter to 1, it's gonna play the running animation clip instead of the idle, because we have chosen that condition. So if I select if I just click on this play button in the top, and you will see that as soon as we're gonna move to the left or right direction, you will see this player game object just gonna play the run animation clip. So let me show you. So as you can see, as soon as we start moving to the left or right direction, we're playing the run animation clip, and once we stops moving to the left or right direction, we can see idle animation is now playing. And if I just press down space key on my keyboard, it's just playing the jump animation clip. And if I do same time like jumping and running, and as soon as we touches the ground, now we just playing the running animation clip instead of the idle, because we're moving in this situation, as you can see, and we also have chosen the condition. But now the problem is that if I just click left mouse button, we're not playing our attack animation at all. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we need to play this attack 2, attack 3, or this attack 1 animation clip, depending upon what we're doing. Basically, yeah, I just want to play a random animation clip or attack, something like this attack 1 or attack 2, or even this attack 3. And we created this parameter, as you can see in this parameter tab in our animator tab. So we need to trigger this attack 1, attack 2, or attack 3, but I'm gonna trigger a random one. So let's go to script, and let's move over to this line of code. So over here, as you can see, we're checking if input.get mouse button down 0. It's basically means if we just clicking the left mouse button, then what we're doing, we're just going to animator, and then we just triggering this attack parameter. And we do know we don't have this attack parameter at all. By now we have attack 1, and you can notice that in this animator tab as well, which is attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3, and you can check the spelling as well. So we don't have this attack parameter at all, so we can remove that, and let's make a function for our attack. So I'm gonna make it something over here, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like play attack animation, play random attack anim for short for animation, you can call. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what I want to do inside this function, firstly I'm gonna create a int parameter. Basically I'm just gonna use random dot range function. So let's use this random dot range function, and this function over here it's gonna take the minimum inclusive. So I'm gonna start with 0, and the second parameter it's gonna take the maximum in max inclusive, and you can see it over here as well. So I'm gonna pass it 3, something like that, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what this random dot range function just gonna do, it's gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 3. It's not gonna pick up 3, so it can be 0, 1 or 2. So basically I pass 3 there because I have 3 animation clip, sorry, 3 attack animation and 3 parameter you can see in the left side of parameter animator tab as well, which is attack 1, attack 2 and attack 3, you can see. So that's why as a second parameter I just pass 3. So this random dot range function just gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 3. It's not gonna pick up this 3 at all, but definitely it's gonna pick up 2. So it can be 0, 1 or 2. So this can be random depending upon what this random dot range function pick up. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the number, basically whatever we get we're gonna store into another container, or you can simply say another variable, and that will be int, basically means whole number, because it's gonna return as whole numbers. It can be 0, 1, 2, and we have to name the parameter or the container, or you can simply say the variable. So I'm gonna call it something like random attack index, something like that, or random attack, let's say, and let's set equal to this. So this random attack just gonna be a random number between it can be a random number between 0 and 3, depending upon what this random dot range function pick up. So let's suppose this random dot range function pick up 1. So this random attack right over here gonna be 1, because this just picks up 1, and we assume it. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use this if condition. So let's suppose if, so make first bracket and some curly bracket. So if we're gonna check if attack, sorry, if random attack, let's suppose it's equals to 0, then we're gonna play one animation clip, something like the first one. And let's suppose else if we will check, sorry, so else if we will check if this random attack is equals to 1. If that is the case, then I'm gonna play the second animation clip. But let's suppose both of this not is true at all, and let's suppose the random attack something like 2. So in that situation I just want to play the third animation clip. So that's why I'm gonna pass else condition, and I'm gonna play inside this else condition something like my third attack animation clip. So if firstly we're checking if this random attack is equals to 0, so we're gonna play our first animation clip, and let's suppose random attacks is something like 1, and we're checking it over here, you can see. Else if random attack is equals to 1, then in that situation I'm gonna play the second animation clip, and let's suppose random attack is not 0 and 1 at all, something like it's other number. So in that else condition, means random is attack is not 0 or 1, simply it's 2, means I'm gonna play the third animation clip. So what we will do, let's suppose random attack just over here, let's suppose 0. So in that situation I'm gonna play the first animation clip. So basically what we need to trigger this attack 1 parameter, and we can see in our animator tab. So we need to trigger the first parameter, which is attack 1. So let's do that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our script, and let's move to this line of code. So if random attacks is 0, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to animator first, and we're gonna use this set trigger function and make first bracket. So why we using this set trigger function? Because if we move to Unity, we can say this attack 1 parameter is a trigger parameter. So that's why we need to use this set trigger function, and inside these brackets it's going to take the parameter name in quotation. So so we're going to pass this quotation. So the parameter name, so make sure you spelling it correct. So in my case attack 1, and let's close that up with semicolon, and I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. and I'm gonna try. So if the random attack is 1, so in that situation I'm gonna play the second animation clip, which second animation clip of attack. So I need to trigger this attack to parameter, and we do know once we trigger, it's gonna play the attack to animation clip, because we have chosen that condition, and we can see in the inspector as well. So let's go to script. So in that situation I'm going to trigger this attack to parameter, to parameter, or that trigger parameter. And let's suppose random attack is not 0 and 1, it's simply something like 2. So in that else condition, so if it's not random attack 0 or 1, so in that situation I'm going to play the third animation clip, which is attack 3. So we need to trigger that attack 3 parameter. So I'm going to move over to, so we can simply press down so basically we can just simply press down Control V in order to paste that line of code, and instead of passing 1 I'm going to pass 3. So basically we're just triggering this attack 3 parameter, and we do know once we're going to trigger this attack 3 parameter, it's going to play this attack 3 animation clip, because we have already chosen those conditions. And I hope you get the idea. So the first thing what we have done, we just created a parameter called a random attack. So this random attack just gonna be a random number between 0 and 3, as you can see. So let's suppose this random attack is something like, let's assume it's 1. So firstly it's gonna move over to this if condition, and it's gonna check if this random attack is equals to 0, and we do know we just assume it 1, so this condition over here just gonna be false. So that's why it's gonna move over to next line of code. So it's gonna move over to this else condition, and it will check. So random attack we just assume it 1, so 1 just gonna be equals to 1. So this condition over here, which is the second, just getting true. So this attack to just parameter just gonna be triggered, basically this one, and we do know once we trigger this one, it's gonna play the attack to animation clip. So we just assume it. Now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. But before we do, also we need to call this function, this play random attack animation function, and this function just gonna do these things. First it's gonna pick up a random number, and then it's gonna trigger a parameter depending upon what this random attack parameter is, or this random dot range function pickup. So we also need to call this play at a random attack anim function, and it's gonna do the all of these things. So let's call it once we click the left mouse button, and we're doing it over here as you can see. So if input dot get mouse button down 0 basically means if we just clicking the left mouse button, then I'm gonna call this function, and this function just gonna do this raise things. So let's call it. So I'm gonna call play random attack anim, and let's make first bracket and close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So you will see once we click the left mouse button, that replay random attack animation just gonna call that function, and that function just gonna pick up a random number, and by that number it's gonna play it's gonna trigger a random attack parameter. It can be attack 1, attack 2, or attack 3 depending upon what that random dot range function pick up. So let's click on this play button in order to see that and have a look on it. So just wait for to compile. So now if I just click the left mouse button, as you can see, we playing a random attack. We playing attack 2, attack 1, and attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3. So it's basically playing the random attack animation clip, and we can just see in the game view as well as in this in view in view as well. So basically this is the thing, and now what we have to do, we need to make our code a little bit clean. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what I want to do, if I select my player to game object in the hierarchy and see this player script, we don't need some parameters to be public, something like this animator and this RB. So we're gonna make it private instead to make our player script a little bit clean, you can simply say. So we're gonna make some parameters to be it should be private. So let's open up our player script, and let's do with animator component first. So I'm gonna make that one private. So you can see over here we're just making it public, so we're gonna make it private. But once we make this one private, we do know that we're not gonna able to see underneath our player script, but we still need to get the reference of this animator component. So how we can do that? In order to do it, we're gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called when the game starts. So in this start of the game, we just want to grab the reference. So to get the reference, what we need to do, we need to use this dot get component, and you need to make this arrows, and into this arrows you need to pass the component that you looking for. So we're looking for this animator component of this player to game object. So in these arrows we're gonna pass this animator and then make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So this basically over here just referencing itself, and then we're using that get component in order to get the component. So basically we're just getting this animator component, so we have the reference now. Basically we have this animator component by now, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna put this animator component. Basically we get the reference first, so we're gonna put it in this animator component. So let's set this animator equal to this. So firstly what we're doing, we're just taking this animator component of this player to game object, and then we're storing this animator component into this animator parameter over here. As you can see, we're just putting into this animator, or you can simply say we're just putting into this animator container. So now we have the reference as so we're not gonna see any error. So we just made that field private, so it doesn't need to be public, and you can use this dot get component in order to get the component that you're looking for. So you can pass in these arrows, then you can put that reference into any container that you like. So this is animator, so that's why we need to put a animator container. So and we already created, as you can see. So by now we have the reference. Basically we're just taking this animator component of this player to game object, and then we just putting into this animator container or into this animator parameter. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move to Unity by now. And we should not able to see any error, even that animator field is private, set to private, and you will see that. So just wait. And if I select my console tab and then click on this play button in the top, you will see as soon as the game just gonna start, we're not gonna able to see or notice any error. So let's have a look on it first. So we can see we don't have any error, and we perfectly playing our attack 1 attack 2 animation clip. So it's basically means fine. And let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna do the same thing with this RB field as well. So let's go to our script, and let's make this basically this rigid body field private. So we can see we just made it public, so let's make it instead private. So to make our clean code, so we're gonna put it in a private variable. Now we still need the reference of this RB. Basically we still need this RB, a rigid body 2D reference, then we can make the jump. And we're gonna grab the reference in our start function. So we're gonna do the same thing. So we're gonna use this dot get component, and now the component we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. So we will pass rigid body 2D and then make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna put this rigid body 2D into this RB field, as you can see. So we need to put it in a same container, which is rigid body 2D container, or we can simply call it RB. We already name it RB, as you can see. So let's put this rigid body now into this RB field. So we will set RB equal to this. So basically what we're doing, we just it's just referencing itself. So we're just taking this rigid body component, rigid body 2D component of this player to game object, and then we're storing this rigid body 2D that rigid body 2D into this RB. So now we have the reference in this start of the game, as you can see. And we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity by now. And we also need to set some parameter private, something like this attack position. So we're gonna do that. So so as soon as the script compiles, we can see we don't have the rigid body and the animator, means those fields are private, and we also just grabbed the reference in the start of the game. So basically that is the cool thing. And this attack position also, it doesn't need to be public. Instead we can make it private. So let's go to script one more time, and let's make that attack position to be private. So we're just making it public, as you can see. So we're gonna make it private instead, but still we need to grab the reference. Basically we need this attack position of this player to game object. So how we can grab the reference or this attack point or this attack position? So I'm gonna move over to this start function one more time, and for that we're gonna use this dot get this dot transform dot get child function. And this get child function in brackets, it's gonna take the child that you're looking for. So this dot transform basically means this player to game object transform. So basically this transform, and by this transform we're just getting the child. We're using that get child function, and that get child function just gonna take the child that you're looking for. So we're looking for our attack point, and we can see underneath our player to game object we have two more child game objects. So the first child, this explosion effect point, just gonna be 0. Index of this child just gonna be 0, and this attack point index just gonna be 1. So we're looking for our second child, so we need to pass the index of it. So we can see this attack point is the second child. So this explosion effect point is the first child, and this attack point is the second child. And this attack point, basically the second child index just gonna be 1, because the first child index will be 0 and the second child index just gonna be 1. So we're looking for our attack point, means the second child. So we need to pass the index of it, and we can see index of it just gonna be 1, because this was just gonna be 0, and this attack point or this second child index will be 1. So we're gonna pass right over here in this in between these brackets 1 basically means the second child that we're looking for. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to this attack point. Now we need to access the position of it. So we will go to this transform, because this transform we can see is responsible for position, rotation and scale. Basically we're looking for the transform, means position. As you can see, we created a transform attack position, so we're looking for the transform. So we're gonna use this dot get component, and the component we're looking for is our transform. So we're gonna pass this transform. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make first bracket, then close that up with semicolon. And now we have the transform component, means position, and we're gonna store this transform into this attack position. Basically we just grab it the transform, means position, so we're gonna put it in this attack position. Now we have the reference, so we're gonna pass this attack position, and let's set equal to this. So it should be fine, but oh okay, we spell it mistakenly. So basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this player to game object transform, and by this transform we're just grabbing the second child, and then going over to this attack point, and then taking this transform, and then we just storing this transform, basically the position, into this attack position, as you can see. So we're storing it over here. So firstly we're just taking this transform of this attack point, and we're storing this into this attack position, means we have the reference by now in the start of the game. So basically that is the cool thing, and we can simply press down Ctrl S. But before I do, I'm gonna remove this comment. So we can just remove this comment, it's not gonna interrupt our code, and we will simply press down Ctrl S to save our script. And let's move to Unity by now, and you will see as soon as our player script just gonna get compiled, we not gonna able to see those attack position, but we also have the reference in the start of the game, so we're not gonna see any error. So if I select my player to a game object in the hierarchy, we can take a look on this player script, and the player script by now it's too much clean, and we can make it even more clean by making some variables private, and we will take a look in later. Or I'm gonna have a video in the description. I'm not gonna talk about it in this tutorial, so you can check out the video in the description. I'm gonna have it, so you can check that out. And if I just click on this play button, we should not able to see any error in our console tab, because we have those reference in the start of the game, and we do know we have the reference, and we just grab it the reference. So we can see as soon as the game started in the console tab, we're not able to see any error by now, because we all have all of those reference in our start function. So basically that is the cool thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you use go to player to game object, then overrides, and then click on this apply all. So the changes over here you made in this player to game object in the inspector, it's going to be saved into this player to game object prefab as well. So basically that is the cool thing. Let's make our attack thing in our player game object. So we will select our player to game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. So we already created this attack function over here. As you can see, I'm gonna create it one more time in order to explain. So I will go to top of my class over here, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove this thing. So we can just simply remove that, but I'm gonna leave the attack position. So let's leave that. So I will create a private transform, and just don't erase that one. So that will be attack position, and we do know we have the reference of that attack position. So we need some other things. For now, let's leave it. So we have the attack position, and we have some errors. Let's find that out, and we can see over here, and I'm gonna erase this one as well, and I guess it's fine. So let's make that function, and we're gonna erase this attack function as well. So let's make a function, and I'm gonna make it from scratch for explanation, and if you already done it, so you can just leave that part, and I already have explained a previous tutorial, so you can check out in the description. So let's make that function. So we're gonna make this function public because we're gonna call this function through animation event. Basically, if we move to Unity and then select this player to game object in the hierarchy, move over to animation tab, and once we play this attack one or this attack to animation clip, we just want to call that function something over here. So that's why we need to make that function, or we need to mark those function as public. So let's move over to our code, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like attack, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we will do, we basically want to create a circle around this attack point, something like this much, and let's suppose this player game object attack on this enemy game object, then this enemy game object need to take damage. So basically if that circle collide with this enemy game object, this enemy game object will just gonna take damage right away. So basically that is the thing. So to create a circle around that attack position, we need to use this physics 2D. So we need to use this physics 2D dot overlap circle. So let's use that physics 2D overlap circle. So this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the circle. So we're gonna create the circle around our attack position, and we do know we have the reference, so we can simply pass our attack position. So let's pass attack position dot position. Basically this attack position over here is a transform. So by that transform, we just x is in the position, as you can see. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So let's create another parameter for our radius. So let's go to top of our class, and let's declare a variable as well. So I'm gonna make a serialized field. So let's make serialized field private. So if you a little bit confused about serialized field, then you can check out my serialized field. You can simply say videos in the description, or you can just go to that chapter where I just explained this about serialized field and hide in inspector. So you can check that out, and that will be float, and we have to name it. So I'm going to call it attack radius. So let's call it attack radius, and by default I'm going to set around something like 1f or 1 unit. And the third thing, we need our layer mask, basically which game object we really want to target. So I'm gonna make another serialized field that will also be a private, and we're looking for our layer mask, and I'm gonna call it target layer, or we can simply call it attack layer as well. So I'm gonna call it attack layer. So let's call it attack layer, and let's close that off with semicolon, and let's move over to that line of code where we doing. So we're doing our attack function over here, as you can see. So the second thing, we need to pass our radius. So let's pass our attack radius, and by default we set attack radius to 1 as you seen. And the third argument comma, it's going to take the layer mask, or which game object specifically you just want to target. So in my case, I'm going to target those enemy game object. So as a third argument, I'm gonna pass this attack layer, and attack layer I'm gonna assign with those enemy game object. So let's close that up with semicolon, and and what we're gonna do, we're gonna store it into a collider 2D. So let's store this into a collider 2D, and we can simply call this one something like call info. Let's set equal to this. So this function over here, physics 2D dot overlap circle, it's gonna work like as a collision. So that's why we just created a collider 2D variable, or this call info, in order to to store information what we collided with. So this function over here, it's gonna create the circle around this attack position with this much of radius, and it's only gonna target our enemy game object. So this function over here, it's gonna create our attack point. So basically it's gonna create a circle from this attack position with 1 unit, or the radius that we passed. So it's gonna create with that much of radius, and it's only gonna target our enemy game object. So this it's gonna be true or false depending upon, let's suppose this circle just collided with this enemy game object, then it's gonna, this function just gonna give us a true value, else it's gonna give us a false value, and we storing the result whatever we get into this call info parameter. As you can see, we just setting collider 2D call info equal to physics 2D dot overlap circle, and then this. So this call info can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this enemy game object or not, that we created in our player game object from this attack position. So this can be true or false. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna check. So in the next line we will check. So let's make if condition, make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we're gonna check if call info is equals to true. Basically means the circle is really colliding, with the circle we created from this attack position is really colliding with this enemy game object. It's basically means true, means the circle is really colliding with that enemy game object. That means what that enemy game object need to do right now, it's need to take damage. For now we're gonna print out a message in the console. So we're gonna type this debug.log, and we're gonna extract info by going over to this call info parameter, something like we can extract info, the name of the game object we collided with. Let's suppose the circle that we created from this player game object attack position, and if that circle collide with this enemy game object, so this enemy game object, so call info over here just gonna be true. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna extract info by going over to this call info dot game object dot name, and top of that we're gonna add our custom message. So you can use this plus icon, and let's type quotation. So if you just want to put a custom message, make sure you do inside this quotation, and you can just type whatever you want to see, something like I'm gonna say takes damage. Let's close that up with semicolon. So call info dot game object dot name basically means the game object the circle collided with. So the circle definitely gonna collide with this enemy game object. So call info dot game object basically means this enemy game object, and after that what we doing, we just extracting the name of the game object, and we can see the name of the game object of these enemies. So if I select this ninja enemy, so if I select, let's select this move tool from our scene view, and we can simply select our enemy. So this is our enemy game object. So the name we can inspect in the inspector tab, which is enemy. So this call info dot game object dot name basically means enemy, and top of that we just added a custom message says take damage. So this gonna be enemy. So enemy takes damage message just gonna pop up in the console as soon as that circle just collided with this enemy game object. So let's have a look on this. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move over to Unity, and we will select our console tab in order to see the message that we really printing out in our console tab. So just wait for to compile, and we are ready to do that. So if I select my console tab by now, and then click on this play button in the top, you will see as soon as the circle just gonna collide with this enemy game object, it's just gonna print out the that message in the console. But the problem is that we're not able to see our circle. So if I select my player to game object in the hierarchy and press down F key on my keyboard, we can see we're not able to see our circle. So in order to see our circle, we need to use another function. So let's get out of play mode, and for that we're gonna use another inbuilt function of Unity. So let's move over to our scape, and we're gonna do it in the bottom somewhere. Let's do it underneath our array function. So we're gonna use this on draw gizmo selected. So make sure you just typing as I did over here, else it's not gonna work at all. So this function over here, it's gonna draw our the thing that we really want to draw, and this is Unity callback function. Means you don't need to call anywhere else. It's automatically gonna call by Unity, and it's gonna draw the thing that we want to draw. So we're gonna draw our circle. So in order to draw our circle, we need to use this we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the position from where we want to draw. So as a first argument, we will pass our attack position dot position. Basically from this position we want to draw the circle, so that's why we just pass as a first argument that attack position dot position. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so we will pass our attack radius, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And if you want to choose an color that you just want to draw with, that color, the circle that you want to draw with, you can choose the color as well. And in order to choose the color, you need to use this gizmos dot color, and you can set equal to color that you would like to draw with. So I'm gonna choose something like gizmos. I'm gonna use this color. So we need to use this color dot the color you want to draw with. So I'm gonna draw with yellow, so I'm gonna pass color dot yellow, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and let's move to Unity. But it's gonna give us an error. Why? Because let's suppose you didn't assign this attack point to attack point field. So let's go to over here. So as you can see, this gizmos.draw where sphere function, it's gonna take the point from where you want to draw the circle. So we just pass attack point dot position, and let's suppose you didn't assign it this attack position dot yet. Basically means if I just move over to Unity, you can just ignore that, and let's suppose you just select this attack point and drag it to attack point field. So we just haven't made it public. Instead we just grab the reference in this start function. As you can see over here, we're just taking our attack position, basically this attack position underneath our player game object, and we just putting this attack point or this attack position into this attack point position field over here. So basically we have the reference, and let's suppose you don't have the reference. So this function over here, it's gonna give us an error. Basically you need to assign the attack position, or you need to get the reference first, or else this function just gonna try to find that attack position, and it's not gonna able to find it. So that's why it's gonna give us error. But we do know we already assigned, so we're not gonna get any error. But if you haven't, then you need to, before you draw the circle, make sure you just go and use this. We will say if attack position, so we will say if attack position is equals to null. Basically means we haven't assigned it our attack position, so it means we need to stop drawing because we don't have the attack position reference. So that's why we're gonna type this return, and after whatever we're gonna do return, it's not gonna be execute, but the condition is opposite, then we will able to draw our circle. So we do know we assigned this attack position, basically we have the reference. So this if condition is totally false, so this line of code will run. Basically means we will able to draw our circle. But let's suppose attack position is empty, is equals to null, means you haven't assigned it. So that what we do, we just typing return, and after whatever we're gonna do after return, it's not gonna be execute at all, means the circle will be stop drawing. And let's press down Ctrl S to save our code, and let's move over to Unity, and you will see that. So firstly we need to assign those variable one by one. So the first thing, we need our attack point, and we have the reference, and the second thing, we need our radius, and we can see. So let's select this attack point. So we not able to see our attack point. So what we're gonna do instead, we will go to our scape, and we will mark this transform attack position as well serialized field. So we can see this attack position field underneath our player scape, so over here in the inspector. So you can just mark this as a serialized field, so it's gonna make our private field public, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our code. And now let's move over to Unity, and you will see that so underneath our player scape we will see another field just gonna pop up top of our attack radius, and that will be attack position. So what we need to do there, we need to drag this attack point into that slot, and we can see we need to select our attack point underneath our player to game object, and let's drag it over to this attack position field in our player scape. And now we are able to see our circle. So you can just mark as realized field, or you can just use this as well, which is attack position, as you can see. So we just grabbing our attack position in the start of the game, so you just make that field private, you don't need to mark as public. So if I just click I'm gonna clear the console for now. So let's click on this clear in the console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top to able to see. And let's see, once we attack on our enemy game object, we should see that message just gonna pop underneath our console tab, which is saying enemy takes damage, as you seen once we written down those code. So what we need to do now, let's get closer to our enemy. So I'm just letting you I'm just giving you look in this scene view, as you can see. So let's get closer. Sorry if we just fall down. So I'm gonna drag my player game object something over here. So let's select the player to game object in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna select this, and let's drag it over here for testing purposes only. So I'm gonna select the move tool in the scene view and do that, and we can see by now. So let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see once we attack on this enemy game object, that message just gonna pop up in the console, says enemy takes damage. So it should pop up. So let's attack, and we're not able to see that message. Why? Because we just created that function and we never calling it. So let's get out of play mode, and let's move over to our scape, and we can see we just created this function over here, and we also need to call the function. So that's why this line of code not getting execute. So we also need to call this attack function, and attack function just gonna do these things, which is just gonna print out the message in the console says enemy takes damage. So we need to call it this attack function. So when we're gonna call it, once this player game object playing our attack animation clip. So if I select my player to game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animation tab, we have attack 1 animation clip, as you can see, attack 2 as well as attack 3, and we can just click on this play button in order to play our animation. So let's suppose if I just choose attack 1, so this just gonna be perfect time. So you can just move this white line in order to check. So as you can see, this gonna be perfect time in order to damage our enemy game object. So that's why over here in animation we just gonna call that function. So this gonna be perfect, and in order to call the function, in the left side in animation tab you can see add event over here. So just click there, and you can select the event, go to inspector in the top right, and it says now function, no function selected. So just click there, and we will move over to our player scape or player C# class. Then we will move over to methods, basically means function, and we created the attack function, as you can see, and we just made that function public. So that's why we are able to notice over here. So we're gonna choose that function. Basically we simply calling that function, we just moving over to this player script, or you can simply say this class player, and then calling this attack function, and what attack function is doing, firstly it's just creating our circle around this attack position with attack radius, and it's only targeting our enemy, and then it's just printing out message in the console says enemy takes damage. Call info dot game object dot name basically means the game object the circle collided with. So the circle just gonna collide with our enemy game object. So collision dot game object means their enemy game object, and then we just accessing the name. So the name is enemy, so this just gonna be enemy, and top of that we just added a custom message says takes damage. So enemy takes damage message, a message just gonna pop up right away. So let's move over to Unity, And we also need to call to that attack function in our attack 2 as well as attack 3 animation clip once we playing those. So let's click over here in animation tab and let's choose this attack 2 animation clip, and we're gonna move over here, and you can just notice the time. So this just gonna be perfect time as you can see in animation. So we're gonna click on this add event and let's choose the function in inspector. So I'm gonna choose our attack function. Let's do the same thing with this attack 3 animation clip. So this gonna be perfect time, so let's call the function here as well, and it should be fine by now. And I'm gonna clear my console, and let's click on this play button in the top to just check that out. So just wait for to compile. And if we just now if we attack on this enemy game object, as you can see, as soon as we attacking this enemy game object, that message just getting pop up in the console says enemy takes damage. So instead of printing out message, we also need to damage this enemy game object, or this enemy game object basically need to damage, and after that it need to be destroyed. So basically that is the thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Instead of printing out message, we need to damage this enemy game object. So if I select my enemy game object in the hierarchy, then open up this enemy script by double clicking on it, we can see we have created a take damage function inside this enemy C# class or this enemy script, and we attach this enemy script to this enemy game object as you can see in the inspector. So what we basically need to do, we basically need to call this take damage function inside our enemy C#. We're gonna call this take damage function from another class, from our player class where we just damaging our enemy game object. So we're gonna call it over there. So I'm gonna call this function. So let's go to Unity and let's select this player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and we can see we just printing out the message over here. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna damage our enemy. So we're gonna remove this, and we will use this if condition first. So basically what we want to do, we just want to we basically need to check. Let's suppose we just damaging this enemy game object, we need to make sure the enemy script attached to this enemy game object or not. So if I select my enemy game object in the hierarchy, we can see enemy script is attached to this enemy game object. So right now we are totally ready to damage this enemy game object. So before we damage, we just want to check. So that's why we're gonna use this if condition, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to check it over here, we basically want to check whatever the circle collided with. So let's suppose this if I select my player 2 game object in the hierarchy, we can see our circle. So let's suppose if this circle collide with this enemy game object, so we just firstly we need to check whatever the circle collided with, if that game object if that game in that game object enemy script is attached to the that game object or not. So we can see enemy script is attached to this enemy game object. Firstly what we will do, we will check. So we're going to use this call info parameter in order to get information about what we collided with or the circle collided with. So we're going to go to that game object, and then we're gonna get the component. So we're gonna use this dot get component, and into arrows we need to pass the component that we're looking for. So we basically looking for our enemy C# class or enemy script. So we're gonna type our enemy and then make this first bracket, and then these brackets, and we will check if this enemy script is not equal to null. Basically it's basically means not empty. So collision dot game object basically means the circle collided with the game object. So the circle definitely gonna collide with this enemy game object. So collision dot game object over here basically means this enemy game object. So we simply going over to this enemy game object, and we just using this dot get component in order to get our enemy component. So basically we just taking this enemy component of this enemy script in this enemy game object, and we checking if this enemy script is not equal to null. Basically means this enemy script is literally attached to this enemy game object, and indeed we can see that this enemy script is attached to this enemy game object. So right now what we need to do, we need to damage our enemy game object. So we can see if it's not equal to null, basically means enemy script or enemy C# class script is attached to our enemy game object. and we are ready by now to damage our enemy. So we're going to use this call info one more time. Call info dot game object means our enemy, and we're going to get the component, and the component we're looking for our enemy script or enemy C# class. So we're going to find that, and let's make first bracket, and then inside that enemy script we do know we just created that take damage function as using. So we're going to call the function here. So we're going to use dot, and the function we're looking for is take damage. Let's make first bracket, and I'm going to pass my 1 as an argument, and let's close that up with semicolon. So if you just a little bit confused, then you can check out the previous tutorial in the once we created that enemy script. So you can check that out if you just little bit confused about it, or we're gonna take a look in this later as well. So basically we just firstly we're checking whatever the circle collided with, if that game object has a enemy script or not. If it's not equal to null, means that game object has a script called enemy. So we're checking it over here. Then what we're doing, we're just going to that game object and just going over to that enemy script. So let's suppose the circle collided with this enemy game object. So basically we're just going over to this enemy game object and then moving over to this enemy script in the inspector, as you can see, and inside this enemy script we're just calling this take damage function, and take damage function just doing these things as you can see. So simply we're just doing that thing, and I'm gonna move over to my player script, and let's press down Control S in order to save our script, and let's move to Unity to have a look on it. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done we are ready to do that, and you will see this enemy game object just gonna take damage from our player game object once our players start attacking on this enemy. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna select my enemy game object, basically this enemy, and let's move over to inspector, and then we're gonna take a look at this enemy script. So the max health we can see 3. So now let's start our game. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top to start my game, and let's attack on this enemy, and you will see this max health just gonna go down once we start damaging our enemy. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna get closer, and you can see as soon as we attack for the first time, we can see the max health of this enemy game object just goes to 2, and if I just attack second time, we can see the max health is now 1, and if I just attack on this enemy game object for the last time or third time, you will see this enemy game object just gonna die instantly. So we can see the max health of this enemy game object is now 0, and we're not able to see any explosion effect. Basically we need to drag some reference. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's go to console tab, and we can see some error messages over here. So we can simply double click on this in order to see the message, or basically we can just double click on it, and we just getting an error over here, this line of code which is sound manager, related to sound manager. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove this line of code, or I'm gonna make this one comment for now by double forward slash, and we do know that the comments basically don't interrupt our code, so the error messages should be gone by now. So I'm gonna press down Control S to save my script, and let's move to Unity by now, and you will see the error just gonna go out, and if we just attack on this enemy for the last time or third time, this enemy game object by now it's gonna just destroy itself instantly. And I'm gonna clear my console tab. So let's click on this clear in the top left in this console tab, and we can just simply click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So let's damage our enemy game object. So firstly let's get closer a little bit. So if I damage, and we can see as soon as our enemy game object just loses all of his health, it just get destroyed, and we can check with this enemy as well. But before you do, make sure you just out of play mode, and make sure you select your enemy game object in the hierarchy, then go to overrides, and we cannot see any changes. So I'm gonna open this up, and we don't have to do it. So you can simply just ignore that, and this is fine. But the problem is that if I just click on this play button in the top and take damages from this enemy game object, you will see our player game object not gonna lose any health from this enemy. Why? because we need to implement the take damage function in this our player as well. So if I just take damages from this enemy, we can see if I just select my player game object or this player 2 in the hierarchy, we can go to player script in the inspector, and the max health is just stuck at 5. So we also need to get damage from this enemy game object as well. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So let's select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script, this enemy script, by double clicking on it. So we're gonna call the function over here. So firstly, as you can see, we're doing here, firstly what we're doing, we're just taking if call info dot game object dot get component. So we're looking for our player script before we damage our player, and we're checking if it's not equal to null, basically means the player script is attached to this player game object. So if I select my player game object in the hierarchy or this player 2, we can see our player's script is attached to this player game object, player 2 game object, but still we're not able to take damages because we need to we need to assign this player as a player layer. If I select my enemy game object in the hierarchy, then move over to enemy script, we can see in the bottom attack layer and it says player. And if I select my player game object, player 2 game object, and then go over to inspector in the top right, we can see layer and it's set to default. So we need to assign this player as a player layer. So that's why this enemy game object is not able to detect this is our player, and that is the reason player is not taking damages at all from this enemy game object. So we need to assign this player as a player layer. So we will select our player 2 game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector, and layer it says default, so just click there and then click on this add layer, and you can just add the layer what you want. And I already have created a player, as you can see. So I'm gonna select my player 2 game object one more time in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector, and layer I'm gonna assign with this player, and I will only gonna do with this parent game object. So that's why I'm gonna click on this no this object only, and after doing that, let's go to overrides and then apply all, and we will select our enemy game object by now. And attack layer, you can just easily choose the player over here or the game object you just want to damage. So in my case, I just want to damage this player, so that's why I have chosen this attack layer as player. You can choose multiple layers as well, it's totally up to you. So in my case, I only want to damage this player once our enemy just attacking on this player, so that's why I have chosen only my player. And let's see by now, let's have a look, it should be fine by now. So I'm going to select my player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and we can just take a look at this max health of this player. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top, and let's take damages from our enemy game object in order to take damage. So let's take damage and we will see. And by now we can see max health is now 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, and last time we have 0. And as soon as our player game object just loses all of his health, player game object just gets destroyed right away. So what I'm gonna do by now, so I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we also need to follow our player. Basically our camera is not following our player game object at all, so we need to do that. So we're gonna select our cinemation virtual camera or the cinemation camera in the hierarchy. So let's choose that. Firstly, I'm gonna select my cinemation camera in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna drag it in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And if we move over to cinemation camera in the inspector, we can just go over to this tracking target, and it says to player, and we just want to follow this player 2 by now. So that's why we're gonna select our player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this tracking target slot. As soon as we drag it, we can see by now the camera is just set to center position of our player or the bottom position. So I'm going to select my player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and I'm going to move it somewhere over here. And as soon as we moving our player 2 game object, the main camera main camera just moving with our player 2 game object as well. And if I select my main camera in the hierarchy, we can see inside this main camera a cinemation brain just added up to this main camera. Basically this cinemation camera in the hierarchy is just giving instruction to this main camera what this main camera actually need to do, and it's just doing that thing. So that's why this cinemation print just added up to this main camera in order to give instruction to this main camera what it's really need to do. It's basically need to follow our player game object. So that's why this main camera just following our player to game object. So let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see as soon as player just gonna move left and right, the main camera just gonna move with it, because it's just following our player to game object. So you need to drag in tracking target slot, and if I just try to move my player to the left or right, we can see main camera just moving with it. And we can simply just drag in the y-axis a little bit up our main camera. So basically what we need to do, we need to select our cinemation camera in the hierarchy, then go over to cinemation camera, then cinemation position composer, I guess this is the name. So you can just assume that. So we can just play around with these properties. So we can just move over to this composition and screen position in the y. I'm gonna bring a little bit up in the y, so I can just follow the top of this player. So I'm gonna increase this y, and as soon as we increasing, we can see now the main camera just moving in the vertically or in the y-axis. So I'm gonna choose around something 0.2, I guess 0.2, or we can play around with this y screen position. So move over to this component, and it's called cinemation position composition, composition, camera composition, and you can just play around with these properties. But once you do inside this play mode, as you can see, we are in play mode. Basically we just playing our game. So whatever we're gonna do in the inspector, it's not gonna be saved at all. So you need to get out of play mode, and you need to just change those things again and again. So I'm gonna set my position y something like 0.27 seems perfect number to me. So let's suppose you just want to copy this property, so you can just right click on that component, and then click on this copy component, and you just copied those properties, and now you can just get out of play mode, and you can just paste those values. So I'm gonna get out of play mode by clicking on this play button in the top, and let's go over to our cinemation position composition component, and we can just right click there, and then we can just click on this paste component as new, and we can see, sorry, we need to right click on it, and we can just paste component values. So you can just right click on that component, and then click on this paste component values, and it's gonna paste the component values. So it's gonna be saved. So make sure once you are play mode, it's not gonna save at all whatever you're gonna do in the inspector. So you need to get out of play mode, and you have to make sure that which is 0.27, and I can see in this animation position composition properties. So make sure you just do that. Let's include shake camera shake in our game. To do that, we need to select our cinemation camera in the hierarchy. So select that first, then go over to inspector, then you need to move over to this noise, and it says none. So just click there, and then choose this basic multi-channel Berlin. And as soon as we have chosen, if we scroll down, we can see a component just added, and it says cinemation basic multi-channel Berlin. And if we move over to this noise profile, and it says noise setting, so what you have to do there, you need to click on this settings icon or this cog icon, then go to presets, and then choose this 60 shake. So if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see right away the game start, the camera will start shaking, because this no amplitude gain is 1, as you can see over here. So just wait, and as soon as the game started, we can see, we can notice that camera is shaking. So I'm really sorry, camera is shaking. So what we basically need to do, we need to set this amplitude gain to 0, and if we set it to 0, we can see the camera stop shaking. And if I set this amplitude gain to something like 3, we can see camera is shaking with more intense, and we can play around with this frequency gain as well. We can increase in order to make intensity more intense. And if we set back amplitude gain to something like 0, we can see that our camera stops shaking. So what we basically need to do, we need to move over to this animation basic multi-channel component, and then we can set this amplitude gain to something like 1, and after some period of time we're gonna set this amplitude gain to 0, so it's not gonna shake. So that's why. So let's get out of play mode, And by default I'm gonna set this amplitude gain to 0 because I don't want camera to shake right after the game start. Instead I just want to shake once this player game object or this enemy takes damage. So at that moment we're gonna shake our camera. So let's create a script for it. We need a reference of this animation build a basic multi-channel component, and then we can just set this amplitude gain. So move over to your project tab, then assets, and then head over to this script folder. So let's right click there, then create, and then create and then mono behavior script, and you can name that script whatever you want. It's totally up to you. So I already have created a script called camera check, and you can see it over here. So what we can do, we're gonna select our cinemation camera in the hierarchy, and let's select that script and drag it over to this add component section. Or you can just attach this camera shake script to any game object that you like in hierarchy. So you can create a separate game object for this script as well, but I'm gonna do inside this animation camera. So that's why just I attach this animation, sorry, this camera shake script to this animation camera. So let's open up our script by double clicking on it. So whenever we're gonna work with cinemation, we need to go to top of our class, and we need to include this namespace. It's called using Unity. So we need to use this, we need to include this unity dot cinemation. So we need to just include this namespace. So make sure you just go to top of your class and use this using unity.cinemation. And if you using older version, then you can simply type over here in top of your class using cinemation. But in unity 6 we need to use this using unity.cinemation. And now what we need a reference of this cinemation camera. Firstly we need a reference of this animation camera, then we can move over to this animation basic multi-channel Berlin, and then we can set this amplitude gain to some numbers. So we're gonna have the shape. So let's go to a script and let's grab the reference first. So we will go to top of our class and let's make a serialized field for our cinemation camera to grab the reference. So let's make a square bracket serialized field, and we're gonna mark as private. Even if we just set it to private, it's gonna be public because we're gonna see underneath our this camera shake script, because we just marked as a serialized field, as you can see. And the component or the game object we're looking for is our cinemation camera. So we need to type the thing that we're looking for. So in our case, cinemation camera. So let's type that, and I'm gonna call it cinemation camera with non-capitalized, or let's call it cinemation. So I'm gonna call it cinemation camera with non-capitalized. See later. So make sure you just type with something else, don't make it as the name of the game object that you're looking for. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move over to Unity. So underneath our camera shake script, we will see a field just gonna pop up, and it says cinemation camera. A field just gonna pop up. So what we have to do in that slot, we basically need to drag this animation camera into that slot. As soon as our camera shake script just gets compiled, we can see cinemation camera field just appear, and it says none cinemation camera. So what we need to do now, we need to select this cinemation camera and then drag it over to this cinemation camera slot. And if you have in another script, then you can simply select this cinemation camera as well from the hierarchy, and you can drag it over here as well. Or you can simply select this animation camera and drag it in that slot. So now we have the reference, and we can move over to this animation basic multi-channel Berlin, and we can set this amplitude gain number to something else. So let's open up our camera shake script, and what we will do, we're gonna create a variable for it, or let's leave it for now. Let's move over to this update function, but before it I'm going to remove this comment from here as well as here. And let's go over to this update function, and let's make a function for our check first, then we're going to move over to this update function. And we will make this function public because we're going to call this function through another class or another C# script. And that for function we're going to type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm going to call it something like shake and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we basically need to move over to this basic cinemation basic multi-channel Berlin, and then we need to set this amplitude gain with any number that we like to go with to shake our camera. So what we will do first, we will move over to this cinemachine camera, and then we're gonna use this get component. So make sure you just using this get component, and the component we're looking for is cinemachine basic. Sorry, we need to type this cinemachine. So make sure you just spell it correct, and make first bracket, and let's close that up with semicolon. So now we have the, sorry, we type cinemachine camera instead cinemachine. It should be basic. Let's type cinemachine, and we can find it over here as well, which is basic multi-channel Perlin. So cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, as you can see. So we're just going over to cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, and now we're gonna take this cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin component into another new cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin. Basically we're gonna put it in a container. So we're gonna create a same type container, which is cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, and I'm gonna call it something like Pernil, and let's set equal to this. So basically what we're doing, we're just taking this cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, as you can see in the inspector, and then we're just taking this component and we're storing this component into this Perlin cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin container, or you can call it parameter or variable. So firstly we're just taking this and we're just putting into this Perlin. Now we have the component, and we can simply move over to amplitude gain. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to Perlin, and then we're gonna set amplitude gain. So let's set amplitude gain equal to the number you like. So I'm gonna give an argument for it. So I will move over to this sec function, and in these brackets I'm gonna give a float parameter for our sec. So let's give it, and it will be type float, and we can simply call it something like intensity. So let's call it intensity, and you can replace this number when you gonna call the function with any number that you like, something like a 1, 2 or 3, depending upon how much width you just want to shake your camera. So I'm gonna pass this intensity over here, and let's close that up with semicolon. So firstly we just go taking that cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, and we just putting into this Perlin container, you can see, and you need to say type as same because this is our cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin. So we need to put it a container as same as cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin, and we just call it Perlin. So we just putting this cinemachine basic multi-channel Perlin into this Perlin, and after that we're just going over to this amplitude gain, basically this amplitude gain, and we're setting equal to intensity. And later on when you're gonna call the function, you can just replace with this intensity number with any number that you would like to go with, something like, let's suppose you just pass something like 4. So the intensity over here is 4. So the amplitude gain, Perlin dot amplitude gain, basically this one just gonna be 4 right away. So the cameras will shake with 4 unit, but it's totally up to you. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna basically save our code by Control S, and let's move over to Unity. So what we need to do right now, we need to call this shake function, and what this shake function just gonna do, it's gonna go over to that Perlin, and then it's gonna access the amplitude gain, and it will set equal to our intensity, as you can see. So we also need to call that function. So when we're gonna call that function, once our player game object attack on this enemy game object and enemy takes damage, so we're gonna call it there. So let's go over to our player uh, 2, or let's call it inside enemy, basically when enemy just taking damage. So I'm gonna select our this enemy game object in the hierarchy underneath our enemies game object container, basically this underneath enemies game object. Let's open up the enemy script by by double clicking on it. So enemy is taking damage from here, as you can see. So what we will do, we're gonna call the function. So we're gonna use this find any object by type, and into arrows we need to pass the script name, which script we're looking for. So we're looking for our camera shake script. So we will type that, then make this first bracket, and we do know we just created a function inside that camera shake script, which is our shake. So we're gonna call the function here. So let's use this dot, and we're gonna call the shake function, and let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So this shake parameter over here, as an intensity, it's gonna take the number with how much intense you just want to shake. So I'm gonna shake something like 2.5 something that much, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our code, and let's move to Unity. So basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this camera shake script or this C# class, and then calling this shake function, and this function just doing these things, which basically shaking our camera with this much of intensity, and this much of intensity, and as an intensity we just passed for 2.5, as you can see. So the camera or that amplitude gain just gonna be 2.5, so the camera will shake with this much of unit. So let's go to Unity by now, and let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, and you will see as soon as this enemy game object just gonna take damage from this player game object, you will see the camera just gonna shake with 2.5 intensity. So just have a look on it. So I'm gonna get closer to this enemy game object, and let's damage it. I'm gonna make my player jump a little bit high, so I'm gonna select my player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's make this player jump height something around 16, and let's jump, and this is fine for testing purposes only I did. So if I as you can see, as soon as this enemy game object is taking damage, the camera just started shaking. But the problem is that camera is shaking forever, so we need to stop shaking as well. So if I select my cinemation camera in the hierarchy, then move over to this cinemation basic multi-channel plugin, we can see amplitude gain is 2.5 as we pass as an intensity. So if we set back this amplitude gain to 0 one more time, set back to 0, we can see camera stops shaking. So we also need to set back this amplitude gain number to 0. So when we shoot after some period of time or a little moment, after that we're gonna set back this amplitude gain to 0. So let's get out of play mode, and let's open up the camera shake script by double clicking on it. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna create another variable for that. So we're gonna make a private this over here, this parameter just gonna keep track of when we need to stop shaking. So that's why we're gonna create this parameter, and it doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private, and that will be float, and we can call shake time. So let's call it shake time, or you can simply call this one duration as well. So I'm gonna call it shake duration. So let's call it shake duration, and it's gonna be perfect. And let's close that up with semicolon. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to this shake function. So once we're calling our shake function, we just starting shaking our camera. So as a second parameter, I'm gonna pass another argument, and it's gonna keep track of when we need to stop shaking, or this will be our duration. So this will be float, and we can call this one to something like shake duration. So let's call it shake duration as the name of I did over here. So once we call this shake function, I just want to keep track of when we started shaking. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set this shake duration. So we're gonna pass this dot shake duration, and we will set this dot shake duration equal to our shake duration. And let's close that up with semicolon. So basically what we're doing, this dot shake duration basically referencing this shake duration, and we're setting equal to this shake duration. And let's suppose as a shake duration we pass something like 1.5, so the camera just gonna stop shaking after 1.5 second. So we're gonna pass that, and for that we will move over to this update function, and I'm gonna remove this start function we don't need, so we can just remove that. So what we gonna do over here, we're gonna check if the shake duration is something like greater than 0 if means we just started shaking. So we're gonna check if, so make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we're just gonna check if shake duration is greater than 0 if. So let's suppose we call this shake function, and this shake duration we just pass something like 1.2. So this dot shake duration just gonna be shake duration, and we as we made this shake duration we just pass 1.2. So this dot shake duration just gonna be 1.2, basically this one. So this will be 1.2 1.2, and we do know that 1.2 just gonna be greater than 0, and we're checking it over here. As you can see, as soon as we're gonna check our camera, this check duration just gonna be a greater than 0 number, means this camera is started checking, so check duration is greater than 0. So in that situation, what we're gonna do, we're gonna subtract from this check duration with some unit every single frame until and unless this check duration hits 0. So we will subtract. So firstly, we're checking if check duration is greater than 0. If means we just started checking. If that is the case, then we're gonna subtract check duration minus equal time dot delta time. Time dot delta time basically means change in frame rate, and we're doing inside this function, update function, so it's gonna do every single frame. So every single frame we're just subtracting from this check duration with, as you can see, minus equal time dot delta time. And let's suppose this check duration somehow it's gonna hit 0. Why? Because we're subtracting every single frame, as you can see, and we're doing inside this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame. So every single frame we're just subtracting from this check duration with minus time dot delta time. So somehow this check duration just gonna hit 0, and if this check duration hits 0, that means we need to stop checking because the time is up, or the check duration is time up, so we need to stop checking. So we're gonna check over here. So we will check if this check duration if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, let's make some curly brackets, means the check is over, basically time is up. So in that situation, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set back this animation. So if we move over to this animation basic multi-channel plugin in the inspector, we're gonna set back this amplitude gain to 0, and we do know once we set back this amplitude gain to 0, the camera will stop shaking. So we're gonna say stop shaking. So what we will do over here, firstly we need to move over to this animation basic multi-channel plugin, and then we're gonna access this amplitude gain, and we will set it equal to 0, so our camera will stop shaking. So firstly what we need to do, I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and I'm gonna paste it over here by Control V. So let me explain what we're doing. So I'm gonna set this amplitude gain to 0.8. So firstly we're just getting that animation basic multi-channel plugin, as you can see. Firstly we're moving over to that animation component, and we're just getting that animation basic multi-channel plugin component, basically this one, and we're just taking this animation basic multi-channel plugin, and we're just putting that component into this plugin container, as you can see, or this plugin variable. And after that we're just accessing the amplitude gain, as you can see, and we're just setting equal to 0.f, basically means the camera will stop shaking. Firstly we're checking if the check duration, if it's greater than 0f. So we do know once we're gonna call this check function, we're gonna pass as a check duration with some number. We can assume something like 2f. So let's suppose check duration we just pass 2f, so this one is 2f, and this dot check duration basically means this one. So check duration just gonna be 2f because we directly setting it, as you can see. So this check duration is now 2f, and we do know that check duration 2f basically is greater than 0f. So in that situation what we're doing, we're just firstly subtracting from this check duration and until and unless it hits 0, and if it hits 0, this check duration as you can see, which is taking over here, then we're just setting we're just going over to that animation basic multi-channel plugin component, basically this one, and then we're just setting amplitude gain to 0, as you can see, after accessing this amplitude gain to 0f, as you can see. So I hope you get that idea that of this. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put this one here, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. But we're gonna get some error. So if I go to my console tab and double click on this error message, we can see we as a sec function we just pass the intensity, and we do know this sec function gonna take a second argument as well, which gonna be our sec duration. So comma, we're gonna pass our the duration. So I just want to shake my camera for a little moment or few seconds, so that's why I'm gonna put a less number, something like 0.12, something like, or a smaller number. So make sure you just put a smaller number. So basically as an argument, if I move to camera shake script, this shake duration I just pass 0.12, so this gonna be 0.12, so that's why this dot shake duration, basically this one just gonna be 0.2, sorry 0.12, I'm really apologize, 0.12, so the shake duration just gonna be greater than 0 because that 0.12 is greater than 0, so this condition will run. So basically that is the thing, and I'm gonna press down Control S inside my anime script, and let's move to Unity by now, and you will see as soon as this enemy just gonna take damage, after 0.12 second the camera will stop shaking, because as a shake duration we just pass as a second argument, which is shake duration. And let's have a look on it. So let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see that. So just wait for to compile, and if I just get closer to this enemy game object and try to damage that enemy, you will see. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I want to make my player jump a little bit high, so I'm gonna select my player to game object in the hierarchy, and let's make this jump height something around 16. So make sure you just out of play mode and do that thing, or if you are inside play mode and then change that thing, it's not gonna be saved at all, so you need to make sure you just out of play mode. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top right now one more time, and I'm gonna take a look on it. So just wait for to compile, and let's create closer to this enemy game object. So let's get closer to this enemy, and we jumping a lot more higher. So as you can see, camera is shaking, and after 0.12 the camera stops shaking. Basically we just setting back that amplitude gain to 0 as you seen. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and also we need to shake our camera once this player game object takes damage. We only not gonna do inside this enemy. Once this enemy just takes damage, we're gonna do the same thing once this player game object takes damage, but we're gonna use singleton pattern for it. Basically we're gonna move over to our camera shake script. So let's go there, and let's make a singleton pattern. So if you are a little bit confused about singleton pattern, then I'm gonna have a video in the description, and also I explained it about a singleton pattern in my previous tutorial, so you can check that out as well. So let's create that. So we're gonna use this public, then static, and we're gonna create our name, which is camera shake, and I'm gonna call that one instance, and let's use our awake function. So awake function get call in the start of the game, because basically it's gonna call right before our start function. So basically that is the difference, and we're gonna say instant, but before we set, we're gonna check if there is a only one instant. So we're gonna check if instance is equals to null. If that is the case, then we're gonna say set this instant equal to this, else already there is a instant else, so we're gonna destroy that. So we will destroy, so let's use this destroy that instance. So destroy this or that instant, and let's press down Control S to save our script, and we can move over to Unity. But I'm gonna move over to my player script, and let's call that. So once our player game object just taking damage, so over here we can see. So I'm gonna move over to that camera shake script. So let's go there, let's go to instant, then let's call the shake function. So shake function as a first argument, it's gonna take the intensity, so I'm gonna pass something like 1f. Second thing, it's gonna take the duration of our shake, so I'm gonna pass 0.12, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon, and I'm gonna copy this line of code, and I will paste in this die function as well, because once our player game object or enemy is just dying, and I also want to shake our camera in that moment. In that moment I'm gonna shake my camera with more intense, because the player game object is totally getting die. So that's why as an instant I'm gonna pass something like 0.4 f intense, and I'm gonna increase the duration as well, something like 0.15 f. And I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it in our enemy script where enemy is dying. So enemy is dying over here, so let's paste it here as well by Control V. And I think it's fine by now. So we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So whenever our enemy and player also gonna explode, that camera just gonna shake with more intense, and we can take a look on it as well. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we are ready to do that. So just wait for to compile, and let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see it. So let's get closer to that enemy game object, and let's take damage. So once we taking damage as well, we can see our camera is shaking, and we can destroy this, and enemy is also destroying, and the camera just shaking with more intense, and we can check with this enemy as well. So let's get closer, and let's damage our enemy. So this working fine by now, as you can see. So this is pretty much cool. I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and you can just attach that camera shake script to any game object as well, camera shake script. So you can create a separate game object as well. So I'm gonna do in my separate game object. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove my camera shake script inside from this cinemation camera. So I'm gonna right click on this camera shake script, and let's click on this remove component, and I'm gonna create a separate game object for that camera shake script. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon and create an empty game object, and I'm gonna name this game object as the name of my script, which is camera shake. So I'm gonna call it camera shake. Let's go to transform, and let's reset the transform, and let's select that camera shake script from that folder, and let's drag it over to this add component section. And what we have to do now, we need to drag the cinemation camera reference. So I'm going to select my cinemation camera from the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to that slot, and now we can see we have our cinemation camera reference. So basically this is the cool thing, and I'm going to select my camera shake script, camera shake game object, and I'm going to make that one prefab. So I'm going to have the copy. So let's select our camera shake game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefab folder in our project tab. And now we just made it prefab, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our project, whatever we have done so far. I'm gonna move over to my project tab, then assets folder and my sprites folder, and I have E2 folder in my this underneath my animes folder. So I have the anime sprites, as you can see. So I'm gonna select my the run one. So let's select that sprite. Let's go to inspector, and then click on this open sprite editor. So we can see if we scroll our mouse to zoom in, we have more than one sprite. So we need to choose this sprite mode to multiple in the inspector, and pixel per unit we're gonna choose 16. So less pixel size means this sprite just gonna be large in size. And to get rid of blurry, we need to choose this filter mode to point off filter, and after doing all of these things, click on this apply button in the bottom, and we are ready to slice individually. So if we scroll our mouse, we can see a little bit weird. If it seems, then you can just move over to inspector, then click on this override for Windows, Mac, Linux, and then choose this max size to something like 16384, and then click on this apply button. And once we are done, we can just move over to this sprite editor tab. Let's click on this slice in the top left, and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So we can see 3, 6, 9, 9, 11, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, I guess. So I'm gonna put 18 columns. I think 18 columns. So let's click on this slice, and let's click on this apply button. But we don't think we have 18 columns. We need to count one more time from the start. So 3, sorry, so I'm gonna select this automatic once again in the top, and let's click on this slide, and let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, sorry, 14, 15, 16. So we have 16 columns. So I'm gonna put we're gonna choose grid by cell count, and let's put 16 columns and one row. And after doing that, click on this slice, and then click on this apply button. And now we can select our game view and let's move over to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow, and we're going to choose our first one or the first sprite. Let's select that and drag it over into the scene view or into this hierarchy. So we can see by now it's kind of seem a little bit small, so we can make it a little bit bigger. So we're going to select our sprite sheet one more time and let's make this pixel per unit even less number, something like 12. And after doing that, let's click on this apply button. As soon as we click on apply, we can see our sprite is now a little bit big, and I'm gonna name it to something like anime 2. So let's call it, so I'm gonna rename this to anime 2, sorry, anime 2, and we're gonna add some component. But before we do, we need to flip this anime game object to the left side, this anime 2. So to flip this, we can simply move over to transform, then in the X scale we can put something like -1. As soon as we put, we can see our anime 2 game object is now facing to the left direction. But once we go to transform, then right click and reset it, it just reset the position, and we don't want to reset that. Basically, we don't want to flip this anime game object to the right direction in the start of the game, so we just want to be flipped in the left direction. So what else we can do, we can simply move over to this sprite renderer component and we can check this X axis in the flip, and as soon as we check, now this anime game object just flips to the left direction. And I'm gonna move it somewhere over here, and I'm gonna select my anime 2 game object in the hierarchy and I'm gonna drag it in the top of my hierarchy, and let's add some components to this anime 2 game object. First thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body to the for gravity. So let's click on this add component and we're gonna find our component which is rigid body 2D, and let's attach that. And let's click on this rigid body 2D component, and I'm gonna scale up my gravity scale to something like 3, and collision detection I'm gonna choose continuous, and we're gonna freeze the rotation about Z axis. So let's go to constraint and we will freeze rotation about Z axis. And after doing this, let's add one more collider to this anime 2 game object, which gonna be you can simply say which gonna be our box collider 2D for collision detection. So let's click on this add component, let's find our box collider 2D and let's attach that, and we're gonna adjust the collider as the size of our anime 2 game object. So let's click on this edit collider and let's edit the collider as the size of our anime 2 game object, something like this much, and this seems pretty much fine. And let's drag it inside a little bit, so this seems pretty much cool, so we can just leave that by now. And let's make this one a prefab of this anime 2 game object. So we're gonna select our anime 2 game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder, and I'm gonna drag it over to this characters folder. So let's select this anime 2 game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it over to that folder. Now we just turn it into a prefab and let's make those animation. So first animation, we're gonna make the running one, or this anime 2 game object just gonna play the work animation clip or the run animation clip, and we're gonna approach a different way to do that. So we're gonna select that sprite sheet one more time. So I'm gonna select my this A2 folder and let's select this run sprite sheet and let's click on this arrow in order to see the individual sprites. So we're going to select all of them by holding down shift in our assets folder underneath my E2 folder, as you can see. So we're going to select all of those sprites, individual sprites, and drag it over to this animative game object in the hierarchy, and it's going to make the animation right away. And we need to place the animation where we want to place it. So I'm going to move over to my assets folder, and inside that assets folder I have created this animation folder, as you can see. So we're gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and I also have a subfolder called anime_animation, as you can see. So let's open that up as well, that sub folder, and I'm gonna create anime 2 animation folder for my anime 2 game object animation. So let's right click, then new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like anime2_animation. So let's call it that like that, and let's open up this anime2_animation animation subfolder as well by double clicking on it. And now we have to name the animation what we want to name it. So this will be the running one, or you can simply say the working one. So I'm gonna call this one to something like anime2. So let's call it anime2 underscore run something like that, and let's click on this save button now. And if we select our animative game object in the hierarchy, then move over to this animation tab and then click on this play button. As you can see, this anime game object is now playing the running animation clip. So this seems pretty much cool, and we can just speed up our animation a little bit. We're gonna do it through our code. So let's make the other animation, which gonna be our attack as well as heart and all of those things animation clip. So let's move over to our project tab and let's go to that folder, subfolder, so in my E2 folder, and I'm gonna select all of these left sprites, so this attack and this heart and idle. I'm gonna select all of them. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna make the pixel per unit as we did in this run sprite sheet. So I'm gonna make it something like 12, as we have done with our running spreadsheet of this anime 2 game object. And let's choose filter mode to point of filter to get rid of blurry, and let's click on this apply button. And I'm going to choose my attack one, so let's select that and then click on this open sprite editor. So we can see we have multiple sprites, so we need to split individually, and we already have chosen sprite mode to multiple. It's basically set it to default, which is multiple. So we're going to move over to our sprite editor tab. So let's click on this slice in the top left, and we're going to choose automatic to create by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we have one row, and let's count the columns. So we have 7 columns, so we will put 7 columns and 1 row, and then click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in sprite editor tab. And I'm gonna select my game view once again, and let's go to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow, and we can see individual sprite. So we will select all of them by holding down shift, and let's drag it over to this anime 2 game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will move over to assets folder, then animation folder, anime animation, and anime 2 animation folder. And I'm gonna name this animation clip to something like anime 2 underscore. This will be the attack one, so I'm gonna call it attack. And let's click on this save button by now. And we can play that animation clip as well by selecting this anime 2 game object, and we can move over to animation tab. Then we can choose the attack animation, and we can just click on this play button in order to see the animation. So we can see it's playing anime to attack animation clip over again and again. I don't want this animation clip to be looped, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna uncheck the loop time. So we can simply move over to this project tab, then this assets animation, and then anime animation and anime 2 underscore animation folder. So basically go to that folder in which folder you just saved all of those animation. So move over to that folder, and we can see we have both of those animation. We have the attack as well as we have the run. So I'm gonna select my attack animation clip, and let's go to inspector, and I'm gonna uncheck this loop time because I don't want to loop that animation clip, which is the attack one. And let's create the other animation, which is the heart one. So let's select the heart sprite sheet. So let's go to that folder, and we're gonna choose our heart sprite sheet. So let's select that, go to inspector, and we're gonna click on this open sprite editor, and let's slice individually. So we will select slice, grade by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we have 4 columns and 1 row, so we're gonna put 4 columns and 1 row, and then click on this slice, click on apply button, and we are done. And I'm going to select my game view once again. Let's go to that sprite sheet, and let's click on this arrow in order to see our individual sprite. So we will select all of them by holding down shift, and let's drag it over to this anime 2 game object in the hierarchy, and we have to name the animation. So firstly I'm going to move over to my assets, animation folder, anime animation, anime 2 animation, and I'm gonna call this animation clip to something like anime 2 underscore heart 1, or we can simply call this one damage as well. So I'm gonna call heart and damage heart, or let's call it or damage. And after doing that, let's click on the save button. And also I don't want this animation clip to be looped, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my anime 2 underscore animation folder, and let's select the heart animation clip, and we have it over here, heart or damage. Let's select that clip, let's go to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time, and also we can see the animation. So I'm gonna select my anime 2 game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to animation tab, and we're gonna choose our heart or damage anime 2, and let's click on this play button. to just notice our heart animation clip, and indeed it seems pretty much fine. And let's make the other one, which is just gonna be the ideal one. And to be honest, we don't need, but once our game basically once this player game object dies, this enemy game object just need to play the ideal animation clip. So that's why I'm gonna create that one as well. So let's move over to that folder where we have the sprite sheet. So in my case, my e2 folder, let's select this ideal sprite sheet. Let's go to inspector, let's click on this open sprite editor, and let's slice individually. But before we do, let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we have 3, 6, 9, 10. So 10 columns we have. We're gonna put 10 columns and 1 row, and after doing that, let's click slice and then apply, and let's select the game view once again, and let's go to that spreadsheet and let's click on this arrow in order to see our individual sprites, and let's select all of this by holding down shift, and let's drag it over to this enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy. And we will move to assets, animation, enemy 2 animation folder, and we will call this one the ideal one. So I'm going to call it enemy 2 underscore ideal. And after doing that, let's click on this save button. And by now, if we just move over to animation folder and then choose this ideal and then click on this play button, we can see by now it's playing the ideal animation clip, and that seems pretty much good. But we need to adjust our box collider 2D a little bit. So I'm going to choose my run animation clip of this enemy 2, and I'm gonna drag inside a little bit of this box collider 2D. So let's select the enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector, box collider 2D, edit collider, and we're gonna drag inside this green line, basically this box collider 2D, to just made it perfect, to make it perfect. And now we can just click on this play button in the top to play our game. And also we need to go over to overrides and then click on apply all, because we just made some changes in this enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy, and we need to save it in prefab as well. So that's it's the reason we're going to do that. And now we can see this is pretty much fine. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to overrides of this enemy 2 game object. Let's click on this apply all. So the now plus icon is gone by now in our animator component. And if we select our enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy, then move over to this animator tab, we can see we have all of those animation clip. We have the attack one, we have the damage or the heart one, as well as we have the ideal animation clip. So let's select our enemy 2 game object first in the hierarchy. Let's move to this animator tab. So we need to make transition from this run to attack as well as damage and this ideal. So let's do that. So we're going to right click on this run animation clip. Let's make transition to this enemy attack, and let's select this transition, and we will go to inspector, and we're going to untake this has exit time, because as soon as this enemy game object need to attack on this player game object, as soon as this player game object is close enough to this enemy. So that is the thing. And we're going to set the transition duration to 0 in the inspector, and scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play this animation clip. So we're going to set some certain condition or parameter. So let's go to animator tab, let's click on this plus icon in this parameter, and we're going to choose a bool which can be true or false. So I'm going to call it something like attack. So let's call it attack, and let's go to condition, and we're going to click on this plus icon, and we will choose if this attack parameter is true. If that is the case, then this enemy attack enemy to attack animation just gonna play right away, and we can see that as well. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, and you will see as soon as we're gonna check this attack parameter to true, basically a check basically means we just setting it to true, and uncheck means we just setting it to false. So as soon as we're gonna check means we're gonna set it to true, you will see this attack enemy attack 2, sorry, this enemy to attack animation will be played right away. So if I just take this attack parameter, as you can see, as soon as we check, this attack animation is now playing, but we just want to play this animation clip over again and again. So we're gonna check the loop time. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and let's go to project tab. Then in that animation folder, basically where we created or placed those animations. So in my case, this anime 2, and I'm gonna choose my attack animation clip from here. So let's choose that. let's go to inspector and we're gonna check this loop time. Basically we just want to play that animation clip over again and again, so that's why we just gonna leave this loop time to be checked, and we can just click on this play button. But before we do, I'm gonna select my enemy to game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to animator tab, and I'm gonna click on this play button in the top. You will see that as soon as we're gonna set this attack parameter to true, basically check, you will see this enemy to attack animation will be play. Why? Because we have chosen that condition. So basically that is the thing. So if I manually check this attack parameter to true, basically check it, we can see attack animation is now playing over again and again, and we can select this transition as well. And if we go to inspector, we can see if attack parameter is true, then this animation just gonna play. And we can see we just manually set this attack parameter to true, basically means check. So the condition over here getting true, so that is the reason this enemy to attack animation just playing over again and again. And we stuck forever into this attack animation clip. If I just even uncheck this attack parameter to false, means uncheck, we're not playing at all the run animation clip. So we also need to make transition back to our run. So let's get out of play mode and let's right click on this attack and let's make transition back to our run, and we're gonna choose our back transition. Let's go to inspector and we're gonna uncheck this has exit time, because as soon as our player game object is far from this enemy to game object, it's need to play the running animation clip instead of the attack one. So that's attack one. And as soon as, so that's why we just untick this has exit time. Basically it should play right away. And also we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and let's scroll down and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play our run animation clip. So I'm gonna click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose if this attack parameter, so we're gonna choose if this one is false. If that is the case, then do we want to play this run animation clip, and let's check it manually as well. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top to play our game, and then we're gonna take a look at that, and we will set this attack parameter manually to true or false. So if I just set this attack parameter to true, means take, we can see this enemy to attack a animation just play animation clip just playing over again and again. And if I set this attack parameter to uncheck, means false, we can see this enemy to is now enemy to run animation is now playing. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, and you can take a look in the inspector as well. So attack parameter is false. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition to this damage as well as to this ideal as well. So we need to make transition into this heart damage, uh, to this heart or damage, and also we need to play the ideal animation clip of this enemy to game object. So we're gonna make transition from this run. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make transition from any state, no matter what state we are in. So let's suppose this enemy to game object just take damage from this player game object, and let's suppose this enemy just running or attacking. No matter what state we are in, as soon as we're gonna take damage from this player game object, this enemy just game object just gonna take, this enemy need to play the that damage animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna make transition from any state. So let's right click on this any state and make transition to damage or heart or damage, and let's select this transition. We will go to inspector and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as possible we need to play the damage animation clip right away of this enemy to game object. And also we're gonna set the transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play that animation clip. So we're gonna set a condition for it, or you can say a parameter. So let's go to animator and let's click on this plus icon, and for now we're gonna choose a trigger, and we can call this trigger to something like damage, or we can simply call it heart as well. So I'm gonna call it heart instead. So what now we're gonna do, we're gonna choose this condition. So let's go to inspector and we will click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this heart parameter. or this hard condition. And if I just click on this play button in the top and manually try to trigger this hard parameter, you will see hard animation clip of this enemy 2 game object will play right away. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, and you can take a look at in the inspector as well. So if I just manually trigger this hard parameter, as you can see, as soon as I'm just triggering it, this hard animation or this damage animation just playing of this enemy game object. And we also need to make transition from this hard to the run or attack depending upon where player is. So let's get out of play mode, or else we're gonna stuck in this hard or damage animation clip forever. So let's right click on this damage and let's make transition to our run, as well as we're gonna make transition to attack. So let's right click and make transition to attack, and let's select this transition from this damage to run. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna untick we're gonna leave this as exit time, and exit time we're gonna choose 1. Why we just gonna put it 1 basically means 100%, because we just want to play this damage animation clip 100% basically completely, and after that we're gonna make transition to run. So we just want to play the 100% animation clip or this damage, so that's why we just leave this as exit time. As well, we just chosen this exit time to 1 basically means referencing over here 100%. And we're gonna set the transition duration to 0, and after playing 100% damage animation clip or that hard, we just want to play the run animation clip right away. So that's why we have chosen transition duration to 0, and we're not gonna choose any condition, or we can simply choose a condition as well, but I'm not gonna do it. So it's just gonna move over to this run animation clip automatically depending upon where player is. And also we need to do the same thing from this damage to our attack. So let's select this transition, and we're gonna put leave this as exit time. Let's put exit time to 1, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and we're not gonna choose any condition for it, so it's automatically just gonna move over to from this damage to our attack. And now it's fine, and we can see that as well. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top, and I will try to set this parameter manually in my animator tab, and you will see that. So if I just trigger this heart parameter, and as soon as we triggering our heart parameter, it's just playing 100% animation clip of that heart animation clip, and after that it's just playing the run animation right away once our heart or damage animation clip play it 100%. So basically that is the thing, and let's get out of play mode. And we also need to make transition to this idle as well. So let's suppose this player game object just dies right away, so this enemy 2 game object just need to play the idle instead of running or just attack, or you can just leave that to running as well. But for my game, I'm gonna play my idle animation clip of this enemy 2 once our player just died or get explode. So we're gonna do that thing. So and we're gonna make transition from this any state. So let's right click on this any state and make transition to idle, and I'm gonna select this transition, and let's go to inspector, and we're gonna leave this as exit time. And as well, we're gonna set exit time to something 1, and we can just set this transition duration to 0. Basically I just want to play the idle animation clip right away, so we can just leave this as exit time, as well as we can choose the exit time to 1, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play the idle animation clip. So I'm going to choose a condition for it. So let's click on this plus icon in our animator tab, and let's choose this trigger, and I'm gonna call this trigger to something like idle. So let's call it idle, and let's choose this trigger. So I'm gonna move over to my inspector. Let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this idle trigger, or we simply just choosing that parameter or that condition. And we can just click on this play button now in the top, and we can just manually trigger this idle parameter. As soon as we're gonna trigger it, you will see the enemy to idle animation will be play right away. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, and you can see in the inspector as well. So if I just manually trigger this idle parameter, As you can see, as soon I trigger it, this enemy to idle animation now is playing over again and again, and we can see in the scene view as well. And I'm not gonna make from this idle to this damage or this run as well as attack, because once our player game object dies, I don't want to play any other animation clip of this enemy game object. So that's why I'm not gonna make transition from this enemy to idle to this damage, attack, or this run animation clip. So basically that is the logic, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make transition in this animator tab, and you just get the logic. I hope you get it, and we're gonna control this through our script later. Let's create a script in order to make those animation transitions. So we will move over to our project tab first, then assets, and then we will head over to this script folder. Let's right click there, then create, and then mono behavior script, or you can just scroll down a bit, says scripting, and you can just click on this mono behavior script in order to create the script. And now what we will do, we will select our anime2 game object in the hierarchy, and make sure you just name it to something like anime2. And you can see I already have it over here, anime2 script. So I'm gonna select my anime2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this script, and let's attach to our anime2 game object. Basically drag it over to this add component section, and let's double click on this script to open it up in Visual Studio. And I'm gonna remove this the comments, so we don't need it. Instead, what we basically need, firstly we need to move this anime2 game object left and right. So we just want to move this anime2 game object to the right, to the left direction. And if the enemy is at the end of the ledges, then we're gonna flip this enemy to the right side. And once the enemy is over here, edges at the ledge, at the end of our ledge, then we're gonna flip this enemy to game object one more time to the left direction. So this enemy just gonna patrol around this ground tile. So basically that is the thing or the logic. So let's go to our script, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna move our enemy to game object. So we're gonna create a variable for our speed, with how much speed we just want to move. So we're gonna create a serialized field, and that will be private float, and we can simply call it something like work speed or run speed. I'm gonna call it work speed, and let's set equal to something like 4f, but you can go with any number that you like, or you can just leave it that, and later on you can just adjust in the inspector. And we will move over to this update function. So update function get call in the update function get call every single frame. So every single frame we want to move this enemy to game object to the left or right direction. So that's why we're gonna do inside this update function. And in order to move that enemy to game object to the left side, we're gonna use this transform dot translate function. Translate function make first bracket, and this transform dot translate function, as a first argument, it's going to take the direction in which direction you just want to move. So we're gonna move to the left direction, so we can simply pass over here vector2. So we will pass vector2 dot left, and let's close that up with semicolon. So vector2 dot left basically means -1 in the x, so it's gonna be to the left direction, and y in the 0. Or you can simply type this as well. So you can type this, which is new. So we're gonna use this vector2, we're gonna use this vector2, and then make this first brackets. And over here we do know that vector2 just gonna be just gonna have x axis and y axis. So we don't want to move at all in the y axis vertically, so we're gonna put in the y 0f. So we're gonna put 0f, and in the x we're gonna move with something like -1 every single frame. So that's why in the x I'm gonna put -1f instead of +1f or 1f, because I want to move to the left direction. So that's why I just put -1f. And also make sure you just multiply this whole thing with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. So we're gonna multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. And let's press down Ctrl S in order to save our script, and let's head over to Unity. So we will see this enemy 2 game object just gonna move to the left direction with our work speed. But however, we can just adjust the speed underneath our enemy 2 script in the inspector. But before we do, let's move over to overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes we made in this enemy 2 game object, it's just gonna be saved into this enemy 2 game object prefab as well. And I'm going to select my move tool in the scene view and this enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy, and I'm going to move somewhere over here, and this is pretty much fine. And if I just click on this play button, you will see this enemy 2 game object will move towards to the left direction. Direction with -1 unit every single frame. The -1 we put in the X, and we can see indeed as soon as the game started, this enemy just started moving to the left direction with our -1. So we just want to move this enemy 2 game object a little bit faster. So what we will do, we will move over to our scape and let's multiply this whole thing with our work speed. So we're going to multiply with our work speed that we created this variable to for our speed, as you can see. So we multiplying with work speed, and work speed by default we set 4. So this just gonna multiply, so 4 into -1 just gonna be -4, means this enemy 2 game object will move towards to the left direction with -4 unit every single frame. So it's gonna be little bit faster, but we can adjust this work speed in the underneath our enemy 2 escape. So that's why we just marked as a serialized field even after making it private. And what we want to do, if you don't want to use this new vector2 these things, then you can use this vector2 dot left. Basically means the same thing. So we will type vector2 dot left. It's basically means -1 in the X and Y in the 0. Basically that is the thing. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save our script. And let's head over to Unity, and you will see, and I will make the work speed a little bit down. I don't want my enemy game object to move too much fast when he just patrolling. So that's why I'm gonna make this work speed a little bit down. So let's make this 2.5 around something like that, and let's click on this play button in the top, and as soon as our game just gonna start, you will see this enemy 2 game object will just gonna move towards to the left direction with this much of work speed. So let's say, and as soon as the game started, we can see this enemy 2 game object just moving to the left direction, but this enemy game object just gets fall. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what we basically want to do, if this enemy 2 game object is somewhere over here at the end of our latch, at the end of this tile ground, something over here, then what we basically want to do, we just want to flip this enemy 2 game object to the right direction, because this is at the end, this enemy 2 game object is at the end of our ledge. So we just want to flip this enemy 2 game object to the right direction. So what we will do, we're just gonna shoot out a ray from this enemy 2 game object. So let's suppose enemy is something over here with some specified distance. We're gonna make that ray, and if that ray don't collide with this tile ground, so as you can see over here, this enemy 2 game object will not detect any collision, or basically if we just create a ray, that ray not gonna collide with this ground, as you can see. So we're gonna create a ray from this, or we're gonna shoot out a ray in the down direction, and if that ray don't collide with this down tile ground, then we're gonna flip this enemy 2 game object to the right direction. So I'm gonna move this one over here one more time, and to create a ray we need to do the script thing. So let's move over to our enemy 2 script, and we're gonna shoot out the ray. So let's do it over here, and to create a ray we need to use physics 2d. So we need to use this physics 2d dot raycast function, and this physics 2d dot raycast function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the position from where you want to shoot. So we're gonna shoot out the ray from over here. So we're gonna create a position, and from that position we're gonna shoot out the ray. And the third and the second thing, it's gonna take the direction. So we're gonna shoot out the ray in the down direction. Third argument, it's gonna take the length of the ray. So we also need to specify that. And fourth argument, it will take the layer mask or which game object you specifically want to target. So we're gonna target this tile ground, so we only gonna check for it. So we need those variable before we create the array. So let's make this one by comment by double forward slash, and let's grab those reference first. So we will go to top of our class and we're gonna make a serialized field. So we first thing we need our position, so we're gonna create a private and we will type this transform, which means for our position, and we can call this one to something like detect. So let's call it detect point. And the second thing we need our you can say the direction, so we can leave that because we're gonna shoot out in the down direction, so we can simply use vector2 dot down, so we can just ignore that. But we need the third argument, which is, so we're gonna make a serialized private, and the third argument just gonna be our distance of the length, distance of the array or length of the array. So we're gonna create a another float parameter that I'm gonna call it distance. You can call it something like ray length or length, it's simply up to you. And I'm gonna give a default value something like 0.5f, so I'm gonna choose a less number. And the fourth argument, we need the layer mask, so let's create another serialized field private, and that will be layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So in our case, we're gonna target our ground only, so we're gonna just gonna assign that ground as a ground layer. So I'm gonna call this one to something like detect layer, so you can call it anything you like. So I'm gonna call it detect layer, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. But before it, I'm gonna put this over here, and this curly brackets I want to be here. And let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So just wait for a little moment, and once it's done, we are ready to do that. So we need to assign those variable one by one. So let's give it a moment to compile our script. And as soon as our enemy2 script gets compiled, in the inspector we can see we have detect point and it says none transform. So let's assign the detect point. So we're gonna create a empty child game object or a point from this enemy2 game object, something over here we're gonna move it. So let's right click on this enemy2 game object, and let's create an empty child game object, and I'm gonna call this game object to something like detect point, and let's choose an gizmos for it. So I'm gonna move over to inspector, let's click over here, and I'm gonna choose this gizmos, and let's select the move tool from this scene view, and make sure you select the detect point or the child game object, and I'm gonna move it something over here. So we're gonna shoot out the ray from this position or this detect point. So let's select our enemy2 script or enemy2 game object, and let's say it's detect point, and let's drag it over to this detect point slot. And we have specified the distance by default, which is 0.5, but we can adjust it over here as well. So that's why we just marked as a serialized field. And detect layer, as you can see, it says nothing. So we're going to choose our ground, but before you choose your ground, make sure you assign it your tile ground or the ground as a ground layer. So how you can do that? So firstly, move over to that grid or that tile ground. So in my case, I have it over here, and so I'm going to move to that section, and we have the tile map or this ground, simply you can say. And you can see in the inspector I assign it layer as a ground. So if you just want to assign it, so make sure you just click on this layer and then click on this add layer and name the layer what you want to over here. And I already name it, as you can see, and you can just name it whatever you want, and make sure you just go over to that game object once again and then assign the layer what you just recently named it. So I assign it with ground, as you can see. So I already assigned it, so I'm gonna move over to my enemy2 script, and detect layer, it says nothing, so I'm gonna only gonna check for this ground. So that's why as a detect layer it says nothing, I'm gonna choose ground only. Now it's fine, and we can just move over to overrides and then apply all. and let's open up our enemies to script because we have all of those reference by now. So we can simply remove this forward slashes. So first thing, physics2d.raycast is gonna take the position from where we want to create the ray or want to shoot out the ray. So we're gonna pass a detect point. So let's pass detect point dot position. Basically from that position or from that game object we just want to shoot out the ray. So that's why as a first argument we just pass that detect point dot position. And the second thing, comma, it's gonna take the direction. So we're gonna use this vector2 dot down. Vector2 dot down basically means -1 in the y, so it's gonna be down direction, and 0 in the x. So we're not gonna shoot out the ray in the right or left or right side. So that's why we use vector2 dot down. It's basically means -1 in the y, so it's gonna be down. Or you can simply use new vector 2 as 0 in the x and -1 in the y, but I'm not gonna do that. So let's pass our third argument, which is distance, or it's gonna take the length of the ray. So we're gonna pass our distance. So let's pass distance or the ray length, and the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask or which game object specifically you just want to target. So I'm going to pass my detect layer, and detect layer we have chosen ground as using, and we're going to close that up with semicolon. So this physics2d.raycast, it's going to shoot out the ray from this detect point position in the down direction with down direction with this much of length of the ray, and then it's going to detect the that ground layer. So it's gonna shoot out in the down direction with this much of distance, as you can see underneath our animated script, and it's gonna only gonna detect this ground. So this corner over here, it's gonna give us true or false value depending upon if the ray is really colliding with this ground or not. Let's suppose the ray just colliding with this ground, then it's gonna give us this function over here. It will return us a true value or it's gonna give us a false value. So let's suppose enemy is something over here. So the ray not gonna able to collide with this ground. So this function over here, it's gonna give us a false value. But if the ray is really colliding with that ground, then it's gonna give us a true value. So what we will do, we will store the result whatever we get into a raycast hit2d variable. So we're gonna create a raycast hit2d, and we can call simply this one hit info. So let's call it hit info, and let's set equal to this. So this hit info, why are we storing into this hit info raycast hit2d parameter? Because this is our ray, so that's why we need to put it a container with same thing, which is in our case this raycast hit2d. So this hit info can be true or false depending upon if the ray is really colliding with that ground or not. Let's suppose if it's not colliding with this ground, so this over here will be false. So that's why this hit info just gonna be false, because we directly setting it as you can see raycast hit2d hit info equal to this. So this info can be true or false. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna check. So we will make if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to check over here, we just want to check if hit info is equals to false, means the ray is not colliding with this ground. So something over here, so if the enemy is somewhere here, so that function just gonna give us true. But if the enemy is at the end of our ledge, we can see the ray not gonna collide with this ground. So this hit info just gonna be false, and we're checking it over here. As you can see, if hit info is equals to false, basically means this enemy to game object at the end of our ledge, so something over here. So what we want to do in that situation, we just want to flip our enemy to game object to the right direction. But before we do, let's print out a message in the console if it's working fine or not. So let's go to our script and let's print out message. So we're gonna type debug.log for printing out message, and you can just simply type the message that you want to see underneath your console tab. So I'm gonna say something like flip enemy to right side, flip enemy to right side, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity by now and let's have a look on it. So once the enemy is gonna be somewhere over here at the end of our ledge, that message just gonna pop up. Why? Because we're checking if it info is equals to false. Basically means the ray is not colliding with that ground. Then we're just printing out this message as you can see. So let's go to Unity, but the problem is that we're not able to see our ray. So it would be nice if we just draw our ray in order to make it visible, and then we can just adjust it simply. So for that we need to use another function. So let's move to our script, and for that I'm gonna move over to bottom of my class. You can do it anywhere you want, it's basically totally up to you. So we need to use on draw gizmo selected function. So make sure you just type as I did over here, else it's not gonna work, because this is Unity callback function. Means this function will automatically gonna call by Unity, and this function is responsible for drawing our thing that we want to draw. So we want to draw our ray, so we're gonna use this. So we need to use this gizmos dot draw draw ray. We need to use this function, and this function, sorry, we need to use this draw where sorry, we need to use this draw ray basically. So make sure you just use this. So gizmos dot draw ray function. So this function, as a first argument, it's going to take the point from where you want to draw the ray. So we're going to draw the ray from our detect point dot position. So let's pass our detect. So let's pass detect point dot position, and the second thing, it's going to take the direction. So we're going to pass vector2 dot down, basically means in the down direction, and we're going to multiply our direction with the length of the ray, so we can see our ray. So we're going to multiply our direction with the length of ray, so which is in my case distance, and let's close that up with semicolon. But it's gonna give us some errors if you haven't assigned this detect point dot position. Basically, let's suppose if you haven't selected this detect point and haven't dragged it to this detect point field underneath your enemy 2 script, so it's gonna be none, basically means empty. But over here what we're doing, we're still trying to find that detect point dot position, as you can see, and we're just drawing in order to use this gizmo draw ray function. So it's gonna draw the ray from that position, but if you haven't assigned, so this is gonna be empty. So still this gizmos dot draw ray function just gonna try to find that detect point dot position, but if you haven't assigned, so it's gonna give us error because it's not gonna able to find our detect point, and it's gonna not gonna able to draw it because it's not gonna able to find this detect point dot position. So before you draw the ray, make sure you assign it. So before we draw, we're gonna check if detect point, so we're gonna type detect point is equals to null, basically means empty. So in that situation means this detect point is empty, means none. So in that situation we need to stop drawing. So that's why we're gonna make some curly brackets. If detect point is equals to null, means if we haven't assigned it, then we're gonna type this return, and we do know after return whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all, means the ray will be stop drawing from that position, because we're checking, as you can see over here, if detect point is equals to null, basically means that is empty, then we just simply typing return, and after return whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all. So basically that is the thing, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. But before we do, I want these curly brackets to somewhere in this style, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity by now, and you will see that as soon as our script just gonna get compiled, we're gonna able to see the draw just gonna be the ray just gonna be draw from that detect point position. So just wait for to give it a moment, and as soon as our script gets compiled, we can see the ray, and this seems pretty much cool. So as you can see, and we can adjust the ray as well by moving over to this distance parameter. We can just increase our ray. So I want something this much, which is 0.5 by default we set. I just want that much, and I'm gonna move my enemy somewhere around here. So if the enemy is something here, so this ray not gonna able to collide with this ground tile ground, so it's gonna it's gonna print out the message in the console says flip enemy to the right direction. So I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top. You will see as soon as this this enemy to game object at the end of our ledge, that message just gonna pop up because that ray not gonna collide with that ground, and we do know what we're doing once it's doing that thing. As you can see, as soon as the enemy is here, we can see the flip enemy to the right side message just gets pop up. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So what we will do, instead of printing out message, so something over here we can see ray not gonna able to collide with this tile ground. That means we need to flip this enemy to the right direction, instead of printing out message. So if I select my enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, transform and rotation, and set this y to something like minus 180 or 180, we can see as soon as we put minus 180, this enemy 2 game object flips to the right direction. So what we basically have to do, we need to set the Euler angles in the y minus 180, so it's gonna look to the right direction. So by default I'm gonna set back to 0, and let's move over to our code for to do it. So let's go over to Visual Studio, and I'm gonna move over to my top of our class, and I'm gonna create a variable which will be bool, and it's just gonna keep track of which direction we're looking. So it's just gonna keep track of that. So let's go to top of our class, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private instead, and that will be bool, which can be true or false. And I'm gonna call it something like facing left, and you can just set it to default to something like true or false. And I'm gonna move over to this start function. So start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, I'm gonna set this facing left equal to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. So why I created this facing left parameter, basically to just keep track of which direction we're looking. So as you can see, we're looking to the left direction, so that's why I just created a facing left parameter in order to keep track of which direction we're looking. And in the start of the game, I just set it to true because this enemy to game objects looking to the left direction. So that's why in the start of the game, I just set this facing left parameter to true, as you can see it over here. And now what we will do, we will move over to this hit info. As you can see, instead of flipping our enemy, we just simply printing out message says flip enemy to right side. Instead of doing that, we need to flip our enemy to the right side. So we basically need to set this y to something like minus 180, so it's gonna flip to the right direction. But before we flip, we need to make sure which direction we're looking. So we're gonna use this if condition in order to check and make some curly brackets. So what we want to check over here, we just want to check which direction we're looking. So we're gonna use this facing left is equals to true, basically means if we're looking to the left direction. Or you can just leave it like this, it's also basically means true, means we just looking to the left direction. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy to the right direction. And in order to flip that, we're gonna use this transform, then we're gonna move over to Euler angles. So these Euler angles have x axis, y axis and the z axis, and we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3, which is also has x axis, y axis and the z axis. So make sure you just set equal to same type variable. So this transform, so basically we just moving over to this enemy to this transform, and we're using this Euler angles which have x axis, y axis and the z axis. So that's why we just set equal to new vector 3 x, y and the z. So in the y we're gonna put minus 180, and we do know once we put in the y minus 180, using that enemy 2 game object flipping to the right direction. So that's why in the y we're gonna put minus 180 f, and in the z we don't want to do at all something. So in the z we're gonna set 0 f, and in the x axis we're gonna do the same thing. And after flipping this enemy 2 game object to the right direction, we need to set that facing left parameter to false. Why? Because we no longer able to look to the left direction. So that's why once we flip this enemy to the right direction, so after flipping that, we're gonna set this facing left equal to false, because we're not gonna able to look to the left direction once we flip our enemy to in the right side. So let's press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move to Unity. And you will see as soon as this enemy just gonna be at the end of our ledge, you will see this enemy to just gonna flip to the left direction. sorry, right direction. So we can see as soon as the enemy is here, it just gets flips to the right direction. And I'm gonna show you one more time. So let's get out of play mode, and I will make the speed, this work speed, too much less, something like zero point 0.5. So let's make it, and let's click on this play button in the top for testing purposes only. We just made it a little bit down, which is our work speed 2.5. So let's have a look on it by now, and we can see enemy just moving too much slowly, and once it's here we can see enemies now just gets flipped to the right direction. So if the enemy is somewhere over here, we need to flip this enemy to in the left side one more time once again. Why? Because it's gonna be at the end of our ledge. So what we want to do, so if the enemy is somewhere around here, so the raid not gonna able to detect our ground, so we're gonna flip this enemy to the left direction one more time. So let's move over to our script, and in the else condition we check. So if else, sorry, if sorry if sorry in the else condition, if our enemy is just looking to the right direction and enemy is something over here, so that's why we just use this else condition. So what we need to do in that situation, we need to flip our enemy to in the left direction one more time. So we're going to copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it inside this else condition by Control V. So in the y we're going to set it to 0f. So if I just move to Unity, and let's suppose enemy is here, and if we go to inspector rotation and in the y set it to something like 180, we can see enemy is just looking to the right direction. And if the enemy is here, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna set back this minus 180 to 0, and as soon as we set minus 180 to 0, it's flipped to the left direction one more time. So we need to set this y to 0 once again. So let's go to our scape. So in the y we're gonna put a 0f, and after doing it we just gonna look to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna set this facing left to true, because we're gonna look towards to the left direction and we will no longer able to look to the right direction. So that's why we just set facing left parameter to true, as you can see after flipping our enemy to the left direction. And let's press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and let's move to Unity, and you will see, so this enemy too just gonna patrol around this ground, and once this enemy is at the end at the end of our ledge, you will see this enemy just gonna flip in the opposite direction. So let's have a look on it, and I'm gonna make my work speed a little bit fast. So I'm gonna do it something like 1.2, and let's click on this play button and you will see it. So just wait for to compile our script, and let's give it a moment to play our game. So let's take a look, and we can see indeed enemy 2 just moving, and once it's here we can see it's get flipped to the right direction. And once our enemy 2 is over just gonna be here, we can see this enemy 2 just gets flipped to the left direction one more time, and this enemy just a bit rolling around this ground, and we can see this as well. So I hope you get the idea of this, and I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's go to overrides of this enemy 2 game object, and let's click on this apply all. Let's make the attack one. Basically, once our player game object get close enough to this enemy game object, something like in attack range, then this enemy 2 game object need to chase, and then when it gets too much close to this player game object, then this will play the attack animation. So we're gonna do that. So let's select our enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the enemy 2 script by double clicking on it quickly. And what we basically want to do, we need to grab the reference of this player position, then we can just target our player, or we can check if this player in attack range or not. But before we do, make sure you select your player 2 game object and tag it as a player tag. So I'm going to select my player 2 or this player game object. So let's select that in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector and tag. As you can see, it says untag. So just click there and assign it with this player tag. And if you don't have the player tag, then you can simply click there and then click on this add tag, and then click on this plus icon, name the tag what you want, then click on save, and make sure you just go again to that game object once again in the hierarchy and assign with the tag which you recently name it. So I assigned this, sorry, I assigned this player as a player tag, as you can see in the inspector. And now what we will do, we're gonna open up our enemy to state, and we will go to top of our class. So we need to grab the reference of our player position. So gonna make a private, and that will be transform. It doesn't need to be public, so that's why we just making it private. And I'm gonna explain why we just make this field private. And that will be transform means position we're looking for, and we can simply call this one something like player position, or we can call this player as well. And now I'm gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, what I want to do, I just want to grab the reference of our player position. Basically I just want to take this player position, so then we can check if this player in this attack range or not. So that's why I just made this field private. So our inspector just gonna be a little bit clean, you can simply say. And that is the reason we assigned this player to as a player tag, as you can see in the inspector. So we're gonna grab the reference, and in order to grab the reference, what we will do, we're gonna use this game object, and then we need to use this dot find object with tag. So we're gonna use this find object with tag. So make sure you using this one, which is find game object with tag instead of find game object with tags. So you need to make sure is not there at the end. So the game object we want to find with the tag is our player. So in this bracket we need to pass in quotation the tag name. So the tag name we're gonna pass in this quotation, which is player we're looking for, and we're gonna grab the transform of that player game object. So we're gonna type this transform, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we basically doing, we just using this game object dot find object game object with tag, and the tag we just pass player, as you can see, and we just grabbing the reference. So simply we just moving over to this player game object, and we looking for the game object with the tag of player, and we can see we assigned this player to as a player tag, as you can see. So basically we just moving over to this player to game object, and then we just grabbing this transform, or you can simply say this position, which this transform component has position, rotation and scale. So we're just grabbing this transform, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this transform into this player transform. So we're gonna have the position, so we will set this player equal to this. So we're just taking our transform, this player to transform this transform in the inspector, as you can see, and we just storing this transform into this player transform. Basically we just taking that position and we storing into this player transform, basically the position. And now we have the position in the start of the game, basically the reference, and we are ready to attack on our player. So we're gonna make another bool parameter to just keep track of if the player in attack range or not. So we're gonna create another parameter which will be bool, and we're gonna create that one private. It doesn't need to be public, and that will be bool, which can be true or false. And we can simply call this one something like attack range, in attack range. So let's call it in attack range, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna move over to this start function. So a start function get called in the start of the game, and in the start of the game we're gonna set this in attack range equal to false. And we're gonna move over to this update function. So right now what we need to do, we need to check if the player in attack range or not. But before we do that, let's basically create that. So we're gonna move over to our update function. Let's do it over here before we just check. Sorry, we can do in the bottom. So let's do it over here before we just patrol our enemy. So over here, as you can see, this line of code is responsible for patrolling our enemy too. But before we patrol, we need to check if this player in attack range of this enemy 2 game object or not. And if the player game object is far from our this enemy 2 game object, then this enemy 2 game object need to patrol. So that's why before we patrol we need to check that. So in order to check it, we're gonna use this if, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So basically we just want to check, and what we want to check, we just want to check the distance between our this enemy 2 and this player game object. If the distance between them is too much close, then this enemy 2 need to chase this player game object first, and after that this enemy 2 need to attack on our player game object. So basically that is the thing. And in order to compare the distance between them, we need to use this vector2 dot distance function, and this function as an argument, as a first argument, and the second thing, it's gonna take the distance or the position between them. So we want to check the distance or the position between them, our player and this enemy 2. So as a first argument, I'm gonna pass enemy own position or the current position. So we will pass transform dot position. Transform dot position basically means current position of our enemy 2 game object. And the second thing, comma, we need to pass the check, we need to pass our second position or the position we want to check with. So we're gonna pass our player. So we will pass our player dot position. So we simply just moving over to this player transform and then accessing this position. So we want to check the position with this player, so that's why we just pass player dot position. So if the distance between them, if it's lesser than or equal to some kind of range, so let's make a variable for that. So we will go to top of our class and let's make it over here. So we're gonna make another serialized field that will be private and that will be float, and we can call this one to something like attack range. So let's call it attack range, and by default you can give any value you like, or you can simply close that off with semicolon, and later on you can adjust in the inspector. But I'm gonna give a default value, so I'm gonna set equal to something like 10f or 10 unit, and let's pass attack range over here. So I'm gonna pass attack range. So the the distance between, if the distance between our enemy and this player, if it's lesser than or equal to this attack range, and attack range by default we set 10. So if the distance between our enemy and this player, if it's lesser than or equal to 10, basically means this player game object in range of 10, something like in attack range. So right now what we need to do, this enemy 2 need to chase our player game object. But before we chase our player game object, we can simply print out message. But instead of printing out message, what I want to do, I just want to set this in attack range parameter to true. Why? Because this player game object is now in attack range, so that's why. So if the distance between our enemy and player, if it is lesser than or equal to in attack range, means our player game object in attack range. So that's why I'm gonna set this in attack range equal to true, means our player is in our attack range. So let's suppose the distance between is not lesser than or equal to attack range, basically means player is too far away from our enemy 2. So what enemy 2 in this situation need to do, it's need to patrol around our ground. So that's why in the else condition I'm gonna set in attack range to false, because player is too far away from our enemy to game object. So I'm gonna set this in attack range parameter to false, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S. But before we press down Control S, basically what we want to do, we just want to do these things. If our player basically if this player game object is far from this enemy 2 game object, then this enemy 2 need to just patrol around this ground. So that's why, so this line of code we do know it's responsible for patrolling our enemy 2. So we're gonna do, so we're gonna check. So before we patrol, we just want to check if in attack range parameter is equals to false. So we're gonna set equals to false. If that is the case, let's make some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna put this line of code, all of this line of code, basically creating the ray in the down direction and just moving our enemy to the left or right side. So we're gonna put this line of code. So we're gonna press down Control X for cut, and we're gonna paste inside these curly brackets by Control V. So why we doing inside this in attack range is false, because we do know once our player game object is too far from this enemy to game object, then we just setting this in attack range parameter to false. And what we're doing after that, we just taking if the in attack range parameter is equals to false, basically means our player game object is too much far away from this enemy too. So in that situation, what we're doing, then we just creating the array and flipping and moving our enemy to the left or right side around our ground, as you can see. So we only doing these things once our in attack range is false, means our player is too much far away, because at that moment we just setting this in attack range to false, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna press down Control S to save my script, and let's move to Unity, and you will see that. So just wait for to compile. So just wait a little moment and you're gonna able to see. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click on this play button. So let's click on this play button, but before we do, let's print out a message in the console once our player game object get in attack range. So let's go to our script, and we can see we doing over here. So we will check. So we're gonna check one more time. So over here we're gonna do, so we will check if uh, if if in attack range is true. Let's make some curly brackets. If attack range is true, so you can just leave it like this. It's basically means true, or you can simply just set equals to true. It's basically the same thing, but I'm not gonna do that. So I'm gonna just do it in attack range is true, basically means our player game object in attack range. So in this moment our enemy 2 need to chase our player game object, but before we do, let's print out the message. So we're going to type debug.log in order to print out our message, and we can say in quotation something like player in attack range. So let's say player in attack range, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we will press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. And you will see as soon as our player game object just gonna get in attack range, you will see that passage in the console just gonna pop up right away. Why? Because our player game in attack range. So I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's get close enough to this enemy to game object, and you will see that thing. So just wait a little moment. So we're gonna get closer to our enemy 2. So as you can see, as soon as we getting closer to this enemy 2, we can see that player in attack range message just getting pop up in the console. So what we need to do, I'm gonna get out of play mode. So this enemy 2 is still moving, and we don't want to do that. So what we will do, we just gonna move over to our script, and over here as you can see, we just creating our array over here. Basically we have done a wrong thing. So we're moving our enemy over here. So this line of code over here is responsible for moving our enemy, but we don't want to move our enemy once our this player game object in attack range. So we don't want to move our enemy. Instead this enemy need to chase. So that's why this line of code we're gonna put inside this in attack range false. Basically we just want to move once our player in not in attack range. So we're gonna put this line of code. So transform.translate function over here, it's to move our enemy too. So we're gonna press down Ctrl X for cut, and let's paste it over here inside this by Control V. So this line of code is responsible for moving our enemy, and we only moving once our in attack range is equals to false, means our player is too much far away from that enemy to game object. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our code one more time, and let's move to Unity, and it should be fine. So once we're gonna get in attack range of this enemy 2, this enemy 2 game object will stop patrolling around this ground, or it's gonna stop moving. So let's click on this play button in the top to able to see that. So just wait. So let's get closer. So as soon as we getting in attack range, we can see this enemy stops moving and the message in the console just getting pop up every single frame says player in attack range. And instead of printing out message, what we really want to do, this enemy to basically need to chase our this player game object. So let's get out of play mode. Instead of printing out message, we just want to chase. So let's double click on this message in order to open it up in Visual Studio. And to chase, so we're gonna remove this line of code. And in order to chase, we're gonna use our vector2 dot move towards function. So firstly, what we will do, we will use this vector2 dot move towards function. So this function as a first argument, it's gonna take our basically it's gonna take our current position of our enemy to game object. So we're gonna pass our transform dot position, basically means current position of our enemy game object. And the second thing, it's gonna take the target position or where you just want to move. So we're gonna target our player game object in the x-axis only. We don't want to target this player game object at all in the vertically or in the y-axis. So that's why we're gonna create a vector2 for target. So before we just test, we're gonna create a vector2. So let's create a vector2, or and we can call this one to something like target pose or target position, and we can set equal to a new vector2. So let's set equal to new vector2, and this vector2 just gonna have x-axis and the y-axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we don't want to target our this player game object in the y-axis or vertically. Instead, we just do one in horizontally or in the x-axis. So that's why in the y we can simply put transform transform dot position dot y. Transform dot position dot y basically means current position of that enemy to game object in the y axis, but we do want to target our player in the x axis. So that's why we're going to replace this x with our player dot position player dot position dot x. Basically we just want to target our player in the x position, so that's why we just replace that x with our player position in the x axis. So now our enemy 2 just gonna target our player game object in the x axis or horizontally. And now as a second argument over here, I'm gonna pass this target pose, and this target pose just only gonna target our player in the x axis and not gonna target in the y. So that's why we just put current position of that enemy 2 in the y axis. So as a second argument, I'm gonna pass my target pose, and the third argument we need to pass the chase speed, or with how much speed you just want to target or want to follow that position. So we're gonna create a chase parameter. So let's go to top of our class and let's make another serialized field that will be private float, and we can simply call this one something like chase. So let's call it chase speed, and by default we can set equal to something like 3.5 unit, or you can just set it to any number that you like, or you can simply close that off with semicolon, and you can later on you can adjust in the inspector. So it's basically totally up to you. So as a third argument, I'm gonna pass chase speed, and let's multiply this chase speed with time dot delta time to just make frame rate independence or to make frame rate constant. So I'm gonna multiply time dot delta time, and let's close that off with semicolon. So this vector2 dot move towards function, it's gonna target our player in the x axis will only, and it's gonna target with this much of chase speed. So what we need to do now, we need to set this position equal to our current position. So we will set transform dot position equal to this. So transform dot position basically means current position of this enemy to game object wherever it is, and we're setting equal to the position that we want to target, as you can see. So our enemy 2 just gonna target wherever player is. So that's why we just pass target pose as a second argument, and this target pose in the x just gonna follow our player, in the y it's not gonna do at all. So let's press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and let's move to Unity by now, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna get in attack range, this enemy 2, you can simply say it's gonna target our player. So just wait, and let's check this out. So I'm gonna click on this play button, but before we do, you can adjust this parameter. So make sure you select this select enemy to game object in the hierarchy, and you can just adjust underneath your enemy to script. So we can increase up the chase speed, so the work speed we can see, which is 1.2. So I'm gonna make my chase speed a little bit low, something like 2.1. So I just want to put those value twice. So let's click on this play button in the top. I just increase this chase speed because this enemy to just need to chase our player a little bit fast, so that's why I just increase this chase speed. So let this enemy to come over here. Let's get closer to this enemy 2 by now. Let's get closer, and we can see indeed enemy just targeting our player, but the problem is that it is still targeting our player once it's too much close. So we need to stop this enemy at some point once this enemy 2 is get close enough to this player to game object or this player 2. So let's get out of play mode. So we're gonna do that. So let's go to escape. So before we target our player or move our enemy to player position or target our player, we just want to check if the distance between is too much close, then we need to stop. And if the distance between is not too much close, means our enemy is, let's suppose, somewhere over here from this enemy game object, then we're gonna stop it. We're gonna stop it. It's now, sorry, we're not gonna stop it. It's the distance between it too much close, then we're gonna stop it. If it's not, then we're gonna target our player. So before we move our enemy to game object or target our player game object, we just want to check the distance between them. So we're gonna use this if condition. So if, let's use that. So if vector2 dot distance, and so we're using this vector2 dot distance function in order to check the distance between this player and this enemy. So as a first argument, I'm gonna pass on position of that enemy game object, so that will be transform dot position. And the second thing, we need to pass our second position or the position that we want to check with. So I'm gonna pass my player dot position. So if the distance between our player and this enemy, if it's greater than some number or a retrieve distance, we can simply call. So let's make a variable for this as well. So I'm going to go to top of my class, and let's make another serialized field that will be private float. So that will be private float, and we can call this one to something like retrieve. So let's call it retrieve distance, and by default I'm gonna set equal to something like 3.1 f, and let's set equal to that, and we're gonna check it over here. So retrieve distance, if that is the case, let's make some curly brackets. So if our enemy, as you can see, if enemy and player is still greater than retrieve distance or with some smaller number, means our this enemy is not too much close to this player game object. So in that situation, what it needs to do, then this enemy needs to chase. But if the distance between is too much close, then this enemy to need to stop chasing. So that's why we're gonna put this line of code by control X, and we're gonna put it inside over here by control V, because we're checking if the distance between our enemy and this player, if it's not lesser than or equal to retrieve distance. Basically it's mean greater than retrieve distance. Basically means our distance between this enemy to and this player is still greater than some number, which is 3.1 f. Then what we're doing, we're just chasing. And let's suppose if the distance between our player and this enemy, if it's not greater than retrieve distance, basically means it's lesser than or equal to this retrieve distance, or you can simply say the distance between our this enemy to and this player, sorry, and this player game object is too much close. Now this enemy need to play attack animation. So that's why in the else condition we're gonna do, so else if the distance between is now too much close, it's not greater than greater than retrieve distance, means it's basically means lesser than or equal to this retrieve distance. Means what we need to do right now, we need to attack on that player game object instead of chasing the player game object. So we're gonna print out a message. So we will type debug.log and let's print out a message in quotation. Let's say something like attack on player. So let's call it attack on player, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. And you will see that as soon as this enemy to game object just gonna be close enough to this player, you will see this enemy you will see this enemy to just gonna stops moving. So let's click on this play button in the top to able to see, and you will notice that. So now let's get closer. So we're gonna get closer to our enemy too, and we can see it's chasing, and once it's get too much close, so we can see, so we need to increase the distance between them, or we need to check it. So what we basically have to do, we need to increase this retrieve distance amount. So I'm gonna set equal to something like 4. So the distance between check just gonna check our enemy 2 and this player a little bit far away. So let's click on this play button one more time in the top, and you can just play around with this number retrieve distance. You can just experiment that number, and let's get closer to that enemy too one more time, and let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna get closer, and we can see by now so the distance between is now lesser than or equal to retrieve distance. So that's why this enemy 2 just stops, and the message in the console says attack on player just getting pop up every single time. And now what it's basically need to do, this enemy 2 need to play the attack animation clip instead of the running over again and again, basically that animation clip. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. This enemy to need to attack on our player game object, so we basically need to play the attack animation clip of this enemy 2. So let's do that. So if I select my enemy 2 in the hierarchy and then move over to this animator tab, so what we basically have to do, we need to set this attack parameter to true, basically checked. And we do know once we set this, we just playing the attack animation clip. So we're gonna do that. So we will open up our enemies to script by double clicking on it, and as you can see, we just printing out a message in the console says attack on player. So instead of doing this, we just want to play the animation clip. So in order to play the animation clip, we need a reference of this animator component. So as you can see, we have an animator component attached to this enemy to game object. So when this added up, once we created all of this animation clip, this run, attack, and then this damage idle animation clip of this enemy too. So once we created those, this animated component just added up right away. So what we basically have to do, we need to get a reference of this animator component of this enemy 2, and then we can just set this parameter through our code. So let's open up our enemy 2 script, and let's grab the reference first. So we're gonna move over to our script, and let's go to top of our class. So let's make it over here, and this parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it instead private. So we're gonna make it private, and the component we're looking for is a animator. So we're gonna type this animator, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like animator, and let's close that up with semicolon. But we need to grab the reference first, we do know. So we need to grab the reference of this animator component of this enemy2 game object, and then we can set these parameters through our code. So let's grab the reference, and we're gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in this start of the game, we just want to grab the reference. So I'm gonna say, so we will use this dot get component, and the component we're looking for, we need to pass in these arrows. So the component we're looking for is animator. So we're gonna type that, and then make first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. So this basically it's just referencing itself, and the component we're looking for is a animator. So that's why we need to pass in between these arrows the component name. So this basically just referencing itself. So we can see anime2 script is attached to this anime2 game object. So this basically referencing this anime2 game object itself, and then we're just getting this animator component as you can see. And now what we have to do, we need to store this animator component into this animator variable or this animator container. We're gonna put it. So let's take this animator, and now we're gonna put it into this animator container or this animator parameter. So basically we're just taking this animator component of this anime2 game object, and we just putting into this animator variable that we created over here as you can see. And now we have the reference in the start of the game, and we are ready to make transition. So I'm gonna move over to this line of code. So instead of printing out message, we just want to play the animation clip, which is attack 1. So firstly we need to move over to animator, and we have the reference we do know, and we're going to use this set bool function. Why we using this set bool function? Because if we move to Unity and then move over to this animator tab, we can see this attack parameter is a bool parameter. So that's why we need to use this animator dot set bool. Firstly we just moving over to this animator component, and we're using set bool function in order to set this attack parameter. So as a first argument, this set bool function, it's gonna take in quotation the parameter name. So make sure you just type this quotation, and in between this quotation you need to pass the parameter name. So in our case we seen, which is attack, and the second thing comma you need to set the value. So if we set it to true, basically means check, and we do know once we check or set it to true, it's gonna play the attack animation clip right away. So I'm gonna set to true because we need to play the attack animation clip. And let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move to Unity. So as soon as this player game object just gonna be close to this anime game object, this anime2, you will see this anime2 just gonna play that attack animation clip, because we just moving over to this animator, and then we just setting this attack parameter to true as you've seen in our code. So let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So just wait for a little moment, and once it's done we are ready to do that. So I'm gonna get closer to this anime2. So let's get closer, and now we can see it's close, and we can see as soon as this enemy is now too much close, this enemy just playing the attack animation clip over again and again. But the problem is that this enemy just playing that attack animation clip over again and again, and it just gets fall down, and we can see. So once we not too much close of this anime2 game object or far from this anime2, then we need to stop playing this attack animation clip over again and again. So basically we need to set this attack parameter to false, and as we set it to manually to false, we can see run animation is now playing of this anime2. So let's get out of play mode, and let's set that parameter. So let's go to script, and over here as you can see we're chasing our player here. So once we are chasing, we need to set that attack parameter to false, and we do know once we're gonna set it to false, it's gonna play the run animation clip one more time, and we're chasing over here. So I'm gonna do in between these curly brackets where we chasing. So we're chasing here. So now what we need to do in that situation, we're gonna move over to animator, and we're gonna use this set bool function, and let's make first bracket, and in quotation we need to pass the parameter name. So the parameter name is attack, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value that we want to say. So we're gonna set it to false, basically means we just unchecking that, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move to Unity by now, and let's have a look on it. So as soon as we're not gonna be too much close to that anime2, you will see that anime2 now just gonna play the run animation clip, because we just setting this attack parameter to false. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna far from that anime2, you will see that anime2 just gonna play that run animation clip, because we're setting this attack parameter to false. So let's take a look on it. So we can see as soon as we get close, this enemy just playing the attack animation clip, and once we are away from this enemy 2, we can see it's now playing the run animation clip. But the problem is that this enemy 2 is not flipping in the direction player is going. So we need to flip this play enemy 2 in the direction player is going. So let's get out of play mode, and in order to do that, let's go to our enemy 2 script. Firstly, let's make a variable in the top of our class, and that variable just gonna keep track of which direction we're looking, and that variable doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna make it private instead. So let's make a private, and that will be bool, which can be true or false, and we're gonna call this one to something like facing. So let's call it facing left, and let's close that up with semicolon. Sorry, we already created a facing left parameter, so we're gonna remove this, and we're gonna use this facing left parameter which we already created. So as you can see, we have it over here. So we're gonna use this parameter in order to check in which direction enemy or the enemy is just looking. And we're gonna move over to this line of code, because as you can see, if in attack range means our this player game object in attack range of this enemy 2. And now let's suppose if the player is somewhere over here and the enemy is somewhere here. So enemy position in the x-axis just gonna be lesser than our player position in the x-axis. So what it need to do, this enemy need to flip to the right direction, because a player just gonna be over here and the enemy just gonna be here. So that's why we need to flip this enemy to the right direction, or in the direction player is going. So let's go to our script, and we're gonna do it over here. So let's do it. So firstly we're gonna check. So let's use this if and make some curly brackets. So firstly what we want to check, we just want to check player position in the x-axis. So if I select my player 2 game object in the hierarchy, and then select this move tool from the scene view, and I move it somewhere around here, and let's select this enemy 2 and I move it somewhere around here. So as you can see, enemy player position in the x-axis just gonna be greater than enemy position in the x-axis or horizontally, as you can see. So right now what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy to the right direction. So basically we need to set this y to minus 180. So this enemy will look towards to the right direction, and after looking to the right direction, we need to set that facing left parameter to false. Why? Because once we gonna flip this enemy to the right direction, it will no longer able to look to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna set that facing left parameter to false. So let's go to our script, and over here we're gonna do, so firstly we're gonna check the x position of that player as well with our enemy position in the x-axis. So let's go to transform dot position dot x. So transform dot position dot x basically means current position of that enemy game object in the x-axis, and if it's lesser than our player dot position dot x-axis, basically means player is somewhere around here and enemy is here. So in that situation, what it's need to do, sorry, just a little moment. So in that situation, we need to flip this enemy to the right direction. At the same time, we will check if we looking to the left direction. As you can see, enemy just gonna look to the left direction. So we also want to check that. So we're gonna use this in condition, and we will check if this facing left is equals to true, or you can just leave it like this. It also basically means true, means we just looking to the left direction. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy. So we're gonna move over to transform dot Euler angles. So basically we're just doing the same thing as we have done once we are patrolling, as you can see. So we can simply copy this line of code, or we can just write from scratch. So I'm gonna set equal to new vector 3, which has x-axis we do know, and the y-axis and z-axis. So in the y, we're gonna set minus 180. So we will set minus 180f, and we do know once we set in the y minus 180, this enemy just gonna look towards to the right direction. and in the Z I'm not gonna do anything, so I'm gonna put 0f in the Z, and in the X I'm gonna do the same thing. So after flipping our enemy to the right direction, we need to set that facing left parameter to false. Why? Because we're gonna look to the right direction, so that's why after flipping. So after flipping, we're gonna set facing left parameter to false, because we no longer able to look to the left direction, we're gonna look towards to the right direction. And let's suppose player is something over here. So if I select my player to game object in the hierarchy and move it something like over here, and if I select my enemy 2 and move it somewhere around here, so as you can see in this situation, enemy position in the x-axis is just gonna be greater than our player position in the x-axis, as you can see. And if this enemy just looking to the right direction, so in that situation what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy to the left direction one more time, and we need to set that facing left parameter to true, because we're gonna look to the left direction. So that is the reason. So let's go to our script, and over here we will do, firstly we will check else if. So we will check else if transform dot position dot x, if it's greater than player dot position dot x, basically means current position in the x-axis. So enemy position in the x-axis, if it's greater than player position in the x-axis, at the same time we will check. So we're gonna use this n in order to check a second condition, and we will check if facing left is equals to false, basically means we just looking to the right direction. So let's make some curly brackets. So we just looking to the right direction. So in that situation what we need to do, we need to set this enemy to this y to 0. So it's gonna look to the left direction, and after flipping this enemy to the left direction, we need to set that facing left parameter to true, because we're gonna look to the left direction. So let's go to our script, and over here we're doing, so I'm gonna simply copy this line of code by Control C, and I'm gonna paste it inside these curly brackets by Control V, and I'm gonna set this facing left parameter to true by now, and let's close that up with semicolon. And in the y-axis we're gonna put 0f, and once we're gonna put 0f, it's just gonna look to the left direction one more time. So that's why I also set this facing left parameter to true, as you can see. And let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity by now, and let's take a look on it. And you will see that as soon as this player just gonna move to the right direction, this enemy will chase, and it's gonna flip to the right direction in the player is going. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna drag my player game object a little bit farther away, somewhere over here, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to check it, and we can check that out. And you will see our enemy 2 just gonna flip in the direction player is going. So let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna get closer, so we can see enemy 2 just now playing the attack animation clip over again and again. And if I just go to our right direction, we can see this enemy 2 is now flips to the right direction. And if this player game object go over to left direction one more time, we can see indeed our enemy 2 just flipping in the direction player is going. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And also we need to play the heart animation clip of this enemy 2 game object. So let's get out of play mode and let's do that. So firstly what we need, in order to damage this enemy 2, firstly we need to give some health amount to this enemy 2, then we can just damage that. So let's go to our script, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a serialized field. So we will make a serialized field that will be private, and that will be int like whole numbers 0 1 2 3 4, and we can simply call this one to something like max health. So let's call it max health, and let's set equal to, or you can give any value, any default value that you would like to go with. So I'm gonna give around something like 3 unit, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I'm gonna make a function in order to take the damage from our player game object. So we're gonna make the function something over here. So let's make it here, and I'm gonna make that function public. Why? Because we're gonna call this function from our player class or player C# script. So that's why we need to mark this function as a public function. So let's make this one public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like take damage. So let's call it sorry, this will be take damage, and it's gonna take an argument, so we're gonna pass int, that will be int type, so we can simply call it damage. And let's make first curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we just want to subtract from our enemy to our health, so we just want to subtract. So we're gonna move over to our max health of this enemy 2, and we're gonna subtract minus equal we need to use, and we're gonna pass our damage, and let's close that up with semicolon. And let's suppose add a damage parameter later on, you just pass something like 1. So the max health by default we have given 3, as you can see over here. So the let's suppose we just call this take damage function for the first time, so the max health is 3. And let's suppose or let's assume as a damage parameter you just pass 1, so the max health is 3, so 3 minus 1 just gonna be 2 if we call this take damage function for the first time. So the max health gonna be now 2. And let's suppose you just call this take damage function for the second time, so the max health is now 2, so 2 minus 1 just gonna be 1. And if we call this take damage for the third time, or third time or last time, so the max health is now 1, and this damage is 1, so 1 minus 1 just gonna be 0. So our max health of this enemy 2 game object will just gonna hit 0. And let's suppose the max health is already 0, and if you just call this function, so the max health is 0, so 0 minus 1 just gonna be minus 1, so it will move over to a negative value. So before we subtract our max health, we need to check our health of this animative game object. If it's already 0, then we need to stop doing these things. So before we subtract, we're gonna check, so we will check if max health is lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, and let's make some curly brackets, so in that situation we need to stop subtracting. So that's why we're gonna type this return, and after return whatever we do know it's not gonna be execute, means our max health will be stop subtracting. So this max health over here is just gonna stack at 0. And let's make a die function in order to know that if the enemy 2 game object loses all of his health or not, and we're gonna make it in the bottom. So let's make it over here. So for function we're gonna type type void, and this function doesn't need to be public, so we just simply ignore private or that public mark. And we have to name the function, so I'm gonna call it die. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, for now, let's print out a message something like in the console says player enemy to diet. So let's say something like that. So we're going to type debug.log in order to print out our message, and we're going to type this dot transform dot name, and top of that we're going to add our custom message. So top of that you need to use this plus icon and make this quotation, and in quotation you can just add the custom message that you want to see underneath your console tab. So I'm going to say something like diet, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this dot transform, it's basically means we're just going over to this enemy 2 game object transform itself, and by this transform we just accessing the name, and the name we can see is enemy 2. So this dot transform dot name just gonna be this enemy 2, and top of that we just added a custom message says diet. So enemy 2 diet message just gonna pop up underneath our console tab whenever we're gonna call this die function. And when we need to call this die function, once we loses all of our health, so we're gonna call the function over here. As you can see, we're checking if the max health is lesser than or equal to 0, means our enemy 2 just loses all of his health. So in that situation what we need to do, we need to call this die function, and what die function just gonna do, it's just gonna print out a message in the console says enemy 2 diet, as you can see. So let's call the function here. So once we lose, so I'm gonna call the function here, so die, and let's make first bracket and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity by now, and you will see that. But we're not gonna able to lose our health of this enemy too. Why? Because we also need to call that take damage function as we created. So if I just click on this play button in the top and try to damage this enemy too, you will see this enemy too not gonna take any damage from our player. Why? Because we also need to call the take damage function we just only created. So if I just get closer to this enemy 2 and then try to attack on this enemy 2, we can see the max health in the inspector character is just stuck at 3. We're not losing anyway our health. So we also need to call the take damage function. As we created, we only just created, we also need to call the function. So let's get out of play mode, and when we're gonna call this call that take damage function from that enemy 2 game object, once this once this player game object plays the attack animation. So we will select our player to game object in the hierarchy, and we will open up the player script by double clicking on it, and we're gonna call the function here wherever we just attacking. So as you can see, we just attacking over here. We just created a attack function, and then we just damaging our enemy 1, as you can see. So we also want to damage our enemy 2 as well once we attack on that enemy 2 game object. So we're gonna do it over here. And before we do, what we basically have to do, we need to make sure some things. So let's check in if condition. So before we damage, we're gonna check. So let's make this if condition, make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, so let's suppose we just attack on this enemy 2. So we can see if we select this enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy, we can see enemy 2 script is attached to this enemy 2 game object. And we do know we just created that take damage function inside this enemy 2 script. So we want to check if we just damage this enemy 2, then we need to call the take damage function, and we need to make sure that enemy 2 script is attached to this enemy 2 game object or not. So that's why we're going to check before we damage. So we're going to use this call info dot game object dot get component, and the component we're looking for is enemy 2. So we will go to enemy 2 script and then make first bracket, and what we want to do, we just want to check if it's not equal to null. So what we're doing, so call info dot game object basically means the game object the circle collided with. So if we select our player 2 game object, we can see we just created a circle around our sword attack. And if this circle collide with this enemy 2 game object, so this call info dot game object basically means this enemy 2 game object, because this circle just gonna collide with this enemy 2 game object. Then what we're doing, we're just going to over to this game object. So call info dot game object basically means the circle collided with the game object, so the circle definitely gonna collide with this enemy 2. So we just going call info dot game object right there, basically means this enemy 2 game object. And then what we're doing, we're just getting the component that we're looking for. So we're getting our enemy 2 script, as you can see. So basically we're just going over to this enemy 2 and just getting this enemy 2 script, and we're checking if it's not equal to null, basically means this enemy 2 script is attached to this enemy 2 game object. And we can see we can indeed see that enemy 2 script literally attached to this enemy 2 game object, as you can see in the inspector. Basically means a script is not equal to null, means it's basically means our enemy 2 script is literally attached attached to our enemy 2 game object. So in that situation, what we need to do, now we can see we have the enemy 2 script inside this enemy 2 game object. So now right now we need to damage this enemy 2 game object. So if I just open up my enemy 2 script, we can see we just created a take damage function inside this enemy 2 script, as you can see. So we're gonna call this take damage function from there, and we do know once we're gonna call it, it's gonna take the damage. So let's go over to our player script, and over here we're gonna do, so we're gonna use this line of code. So let's copy and let's paste it over here by Control V. So we basically move it over to that enemy 2 script, and now we're gonna call the function. So in order to call the function, we just gonna use dot, and the function name we need to type, and as a damage parameter I'm gonna pass 1, and let's close that up with semicolon. So call info dot game object basically means this enemy 2 game object. So we simply moving over to this enemy 2 game object, and then we just getting this enemy 2 script, and then we just calling this take damage function, as you can see. So if I move over to my player script, and you're gonna able to see it. So as you can see, we just going over to enemy 2 script. Firstly we just moving over to our enemy 2 game object, and then we just going over to enemy 2 script, and from that enemy 2 script we just calling the take damage function, as you can see. And as a damage parameter I just pass 1. So it's gonna subtract every single time when we're gonna call that take damage function by 1 unit. And we're gonna press down Control S by now, and let's move over to Unity, and we will see that. So just wait for to compile. And if I select my enemy to game object in the hierarchy and then click on this play button in the top, you will see as soon as we're gonna attack on that enemy to game object, you will see enemy to game object just gonna loses all of his health by 1 unit every single time we hit. So let's get closer to our enemy 2 first and let's damage it. As you can see, so we not getting anything like that. So basically the problem is that if I just get out of play mode and move over to my script, as you can see we just choosing attack layer. So we need to make sure we assign it this enemy to as a enemy layer, because if I select my player to game object and move over to this player script, as you can see attack layer we only have chosen this enemy. And if I select my enemy to game object in the hierarchy and go over to inspector, we can see layer and it says default. So we need to assign this enemy to as well a enemy layer. So make sure you select your enemy to game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector and layer it says default. So just click there and then click add layer and name the layer what you want. I already have named it enemy, as you can see. So I'm gonna select my enemy to game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector and layer I'm gonna assign with this enemy, and I'm gonna click on this no this object only, basically the parent one I want to change with. Now I assigned it this enemy to as well enemy layer, and because I have chosen this attack layer in my player script this enemy, so the circle only gonna check for this enemy game object or the enemy layer. So that's why, so you need to make sure that you have done. And I'm gonna move over to overrides and then apply all. Now it's done and it should be fine by now and we can check it. So let's click on this play button in the top and let's damage our enemy to game object, and you will see as soon as we're gonna damage our enemy 2 just gonna loses his health by 1 unit. So let's get closer to our enemy 2 first, and if I just damage for the first time, we can see max health is now 2 in the inspector underneath our enemy 2 script. And if I just attack second time, we can see max health is now 1, and if I just attack third time, we can see max health is now 0. And if we move over to console, we cannot see any message. Now we are able to see our message in the console says enemy 2 died. Why? Because once we loses all of this enemy game object health of this enemy 2 game object, we do know we just calling the die function, and inside that die function we just printing out this message in the console says enemy 2 died, as you can see. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if I just double click on this message, you can see that. So as you can see over here, so once we loses all of our health, max health is lesser than or equal to 0, then what we're doing, we're just calling this die function. And what die function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says, as you can see, the name of the game object, which is enemy 2, and top of that we just added a custom message says died, as you can see. So enemy 2 died. And now what we have to do, we need to play that heart animation clip as you seen. So whenever this enemy just gonna take damage, this enemy 2, it should play the heart animation clip. So if I select my enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy and move over to animator tab, we can see we have the heart or damage animation clip. So we basically need to trigger this heart parameter, and we can see underneath our animator tab. So we basically need to trigger this heart parameter. So let's go to our script and let's go to that line of code where we taking damage. So we taking damage over here, basically enemy 2 just taking damage over here. So also we also need to play that animation clip once we taking damage. So we have the reference of that animator component we do know. So we're gonna move over to our animator component and we're gonna use this set trigger function in order to trigger that parameter. So once we trigger a, basically what we have to do, we basically need to use this set trigger function once we want to trigger a trigger parameter, and we can see this heart is a trigger parameter. So that's why we need to use this set trigger function, and in this bracket in quotation we need to pass the parameter name, and make sure you just spelling it correct. For making sure for sharing it, you can just move over to animator tab and then make sure you just take the spelling of that parameter name. So in quotation we need to pass, so in my case heart, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So basically we firstly moving over to this animator component of this enemy 2 game object, and then we just triggering this heart parameter. And we do know once we're gonna trigger this heart parameter, that damage or that heart animation just gonna play right away. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to take a look on it, and you will see. So as soon as our enemy 2 just gonna take damage, that heart animation just gonna play because we just triggering that heart parameter. So let's get closer to our enemy 2, and if I just, as you can see, as soon as we just you can see, as soon as we are damaging our enemy 2, we can see we just playing the heart animation game. And I'm gonna check it one more time. So let's get out of play mode, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game one more time. And we're gonna see that as soon as we're gonna damage our enemy 2, you will see this enemy 2 just gonna play the heart animation clip because we just triggering that heart parameter. So let's get close first, and if I just attack first time, we can see as soon as we attack or damage this enemy 2, it just playing the heart animation clip, and we can able to see it. And once it loses all of his health, we need to destroy this enemy 2 game object right away. And also we need to shake our camera. So by now I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Let's show up our explosion effect. Basically once our enemy 2 game object destroys, we just want to show up our explosion effect, and we have the prefab we do know. So if I move over to my project tab, then assets, and then prefabs, I can see I have it over here. So I'm gonna double click on it, and if I move over to animation tab and then click on this play button, we can see our explosion. So we just want to show this up once our enemy 2 game object destroyed. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go over to my scene view once again. So let's go to hierarchy, and let's click on this back arrow in order to go back. So we just want to show that up. So let's select our enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the enemy 2 script by double clicking on it. And what we want to do, we're going to go to top of our class, and then we need a reference of that explosion effect game object. So if I move over to Unity and then go over to project tab, assets, and then prefabs, so we need a reference of this explosion prefab. As you can see, we have it over here. So we need a reference of this, then we can just spawn it. So let's go to script, and let's grab the reference first. So I'm gonna move over to my top of our class, and I'm gonna make it over here. So let's make a serialized fill. So serialized fill, we're gonna make it private, and we need a reference of that explosion prefab, and that explosion prefab game object itself a whole game object. So we need to type this game object variable, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like explosion prefab, explosion prefab, uh, explosion prefab. And let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So we need to drag the reference first, and after that we can spawn it. So just wait for a little moment, and once it's done, we are ready to do that. So just wait for to compile, and you will see as soon as our script just gonna gets compiled, we're gonna have a look on that. So if I select my enemy 2 game object in the hierarchy, so underneath my enemy 2 script, I can see explosion prefab, and it says none. So what we need to do over here, we need to select our explosion effect prefab game object from that folder and drag it over to this slot. And now we can see we have explosion effect. As you can see, we have the reference by now, and we are ready to spawn it. And we will move over to overrides, and let's click on this apply all, and let's go to our script, and let's move over to our die function where we dying. So we can see we dying over here, and we just printing out a message in the console says enemy 2 died, as you can see. So I just want to leave this line of code. Basically I just want to print out the name, and after that what I really want to do, we also want to instantiate or want to spawn that explosion effect prefab game object. So for that we're gonna use this instantiate, and this instantiate function as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object you want to spawn. So we're gonna pass our explosion prefab, and we do know in that slot explosion prefab we have dragged that explosion effect. And the second thing comma, it's gonna take the position from where we want to spawn. So we're gonna pass our transform dot position, basically means current position or center position of our enemy to game object. And the third thing comma, it's gonna take the rotation. So we don't want any rotation, so we gonna simply pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity by now, and let's have a look on it, and you will see. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done we are ready to do that. So we're gonna spawn it from our center position of this enemy 2 game object, and we're gonna have a look on it. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, and let's destroy this enemy. Sorry, enemy 2. We need to destroy this enemy 2 as well. So we have done mistake in our code, and I'm gonna get out of it. So let's click on this play button one more time in the top in order to get out of play mode, and let's go to script. I have done a mistake over here, so we spawning as you can see, and also we need to destroy this enemy 2 game object right away once we just is showing up explosion effect. So we also want to destroy our enemy 2 game object itself, and in order to destroy we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function as a first argument is gonna take the game object you want to destroy. So we want to destroy enemy 2 game object itself, so we're gonna pass this dot game object. It's basically referencing itself, and if you just want to define a time, so after which period of time you want to destroy, then you can put comma, and you can pass the second variable as well as a time. So I'm not gonna do it because I want to destroy my enemy to game object right away, so that's why I'm not gonna specify as a second argument that time. And now let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once we destroy this enemy 2 game object, we destroying it right away, but before we destroying we just showing up the explosion effect as you seen. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's take a look on it. It should be fine by now. So just wait for a little moment, and if we get closer to this enemy 2 game object and attack on this 1 2, and as you can see it's get destroyed. But the problem is that we have offset in the y too much, so we need to show up in perfect way. So let's get out of play mode. So we're gonna create a position somewhere over here, a child game object you can simply say, and from that point we just want to show up the explosion effect, so it's gonna be perfect. So that is the reason. So we will go to hierarchy, and let's select this enemy 2 game object. Let's right click on it, and let's create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object to something like explosion effect point or a spawn position. So let's call it spawn position. So let's call it spawn position, and that's fine. And let's select this move tool from our scene view, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and you can choose an gizmos if you like. So I'm gonna move over to my inspector, and I'm gonna choose a gizmos for it, something like this one. I guess this seems great. And we will go to enemy 2. Let's go to overrides and then apply all. So we also need a reference of this spawn position, then we can spawn our explosion effect from this position. So we need a reference of this spawn position. So let's open up our enemy 2 script, and let's go to top of our class, and we need to grab the reference, and we're gonna do it over here. And that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it instead private. So we're gonna use this private, and that is a transform. Basically we're just looking for our position, and this transform component is responsible for our position, and we can call it something like spawn. So let's call it spawn position. position, and let's go to this start function. So this start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, we just want to grab the reference of this spawn position. So we're gonna do it somewhere over here. So we will use this dot transform. So this dot transform basically it's just referencing itself. So this enemy to game object itself, we're just moving over to this transform. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this dot find. So we're gonna use this function, it's called dot find, and in this brackets you need to pass in quotation the name. So in our case, we're looking for this spawn position of this enemy to child game object. As you can see, we have it over here. So we're looking for this position. So in this, we need to make this quotation, or you basically need to pass the string, and in between this quotation, you need to pass the name. So we're looking for that spawn position, so we need to pass the spawn position name. So we need to pass this spawn, and make sure you spelling it correct. So go over to Unity and check it. So we will pass spawn position, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this dot transform basically we're just moving over to this enemy to transform, and then we're using this dot find in order to find our spawn position. And so basically we're just grabbing this spawn position, and we have it over here underneath our enemy to game object, as you can see. So we're looking for this position. And now what we have to do, so we're just taking this spawn position, as you can see. Now we're gonna store this spawn position into this spawn position variable, or into, you can say, this is our container, and we're gonna take we have the spawn position, and now we're gonna store it into this spawn position parameter, or into this container, as you can see we created. So we're gonna have the reference. So we will set spawn position equal to this. So basically firstly we taking this spawn position, and we storing this spawn position into this spawn position parameter, or into this container, which is transform type, basically means position type. So we have the reference by now. Basically we have the reference of our spawn position, and we are ready to show up explosion effect from that point. So let's go to our type function, where we tying over here, as you can see. So instead of passing transform dot position as a second argument, which is current position of our enemy game object, so instead of passing that, we're gonna pass this spawn position dot position. So make sure you just type dot position, because we're looking for the position. Simply we just moving over to this spawn position game object, and then access it, and then we're just going over to this transform, and then accessing this position, as you can see. So spawn position dot position basically means this over here. And now we have done. And let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So it should be fine by now. So that explosion effect will be spawned from our spawn position. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we are ready to do that. So now if I just click on this play button in the top, and we will see that explosion effect just gonna spawn from our spawn position position. So let's get closer to this enemy to game object first, and we can see, let's attack 1, 2 and 3. Sorry, 3. So we can see that explosion effect just spawning from our feet up. It's kind of too much offset in the down direction, so we just gonna adjust that. So let's get out of play mode, and simply what we can do, we can move over to this project tab, then assets, and then prefabs folder, and we have the explosion effect. So we can simply drag it in this in view. So we need to adjust this, as you can see. I guess this, so we can adjust. So we need to move our spawn position point somewhere over here. So you can just change the position by just dragging your explosion effect prefab game object in this in view. So we can see the center position of our explosion effect just gonna be over here, and this position in perfect to spawn. So what we will do, we will select our spawn position game object, or this position underneath our enemy to game object, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here, because we need to adjust. So we can simply do that. So in the y, which is I guess 1 just gonna be perfect. So we're gonna put 1. So let's go to our spawn position and let's put in the y something like -1, and now this seems perfect and we are ready to do that. So let's select our spawn or this explosion effect. Now let's delete it from the scene view and let's go to enemy to game object, overrides in the inspector, and let's click on this apply all, and let's we're gonna play our game. So let's hit this play button in the top to play your game, and let's take a look on it. So our explosion effect a prefab game object just gonna spawn from that position and it's gonna be perfect, but let's have a look before it. So I'm gonna damage my enemy to 1, 2 and 3. Sorry, we can see by now it's fine, but you can adjust the point after all. So, and the problem is that we can see the explosion effect is still laying around in the scene view. So we need to delete after some amount of time of this explosion effect game object as well. So if we move over to our hierarchy and scroll down, in the bottom we can see we have explosion effect clone. So we also need to destroy it once this explosion effect animation just plays 100%. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what we have to do, I'm gonna open up my explosion effect prefab game object by double clicking on it, and if I select that, go over to animation tab, we can see after this amount of time, so we can move this timeline. We can see after point, so this just gonna be 1 second, so I guess point 4 amount of time is just completing the whole animation clip, as you can see. So after this amount of time, we also need to destroy this explosion effect from the scene view as well as in the hierarchy. We need to destroy that. So let's go over to our scene view once again, and let's open up our enemy 2 script by double clicking on it, and let's go to our tie function. We spawning over here, so we spawning this explosion effect at this position with no rotation, and after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna put this whole explosion effect game object that we spawn it, we're gonna store it into another container, and that will be game object type, because this explosion effect prefab itself a game object type, so that's why. So we're gonna create a game object and we can call it something like temp effect, or let's set equal to this. So this temp effect basically means temporary effect. So firstly we explore spawning this explosion prefab at this position with no rotation, and after that what we have done, we just taking that whatever we spawn it, so we spawn it this explosion prefab, and we storing that explosion effect that we spawn it into this temp effect container, or you can simply say this into this temp effect variable, and that just gonna be a game object type, because this explosion prefab itself a hold a game object type. So that's why we need to create a game object type container which is temp effect, as you can see we created. So we also need to destroy this container or where we stored this explosion prefab game object, so we also need to destroy that after some period of time. And to destroy, we're going to use the destroy function. So let's use this destroy, and we do know a destroy function as the first argument, it's going to take the game object that you want to destroy. So in our case, we're going to pass our temp effect, and the second thing comma, it's going to take the time. So after we already seen that we already saw that point 4 second is just completing the whole animation clip. So that's why we can simply pass so I guess we need to pass this point 8 if. So after this amount of time, it's just completing the whole animation clip. So after this amount of time, we just want to destroy, so that's why as a second argument we just specified our time. And now let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. So after this amount of time, this temp effect or the container where we stored our explosion prefab, it also be just gonna destroy after this amount of time. And let's press down Ctrl S, and let's head over to Unity, and we're gonna take a look on it. So after that amount of time, it's just gonna be destroyed. So let's see that. I'm gonna click on this play button in the top to play our game, and we will see it's gonna be perfect. So point 8 basically means I guess for 80 milliseconds, but you can just adjust the time as well. So if I want 2 and 3, and we can see now it's fine. So we can simply pass right over here. Instead of point 0.8 we can pass point 0.4, or let's pass point 401, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move over to Unity. It should be fine by now. So just wait for to compile, and I'm gonna clear my console. Let's click on this play button in the top one more time, and let's take a look on it. And so let's get closer to our this enemy too. Let's 1 2 and 3, and now it's fine. So this perfect. So we also need to shake our camera once our enemy 2 game object taking damage or destroying itself. So let's get out of play mode, and let's move over to our enemy 2 script. So we're destroying over here. So we also want to shake our camera. So we're gonna move over to our camera shake script. So let's go to camera shake, then instant, and let's call the shake function here. So dot shake, and the first argument, this shake function, it's gonna take the intensity, with how much intensity we just want to shake. So I'm gonna pass 4f something like, and we also need to pass as a second argument the duration. So I'm gonna pass something like 0.12f second, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and I'm gonna paste it where we're taking damage. So we're taking damage here, so I'm gonna paste it over here. And once we're taking damage, I just want to make my intensity a little bit low, something like 1f. Also I'm gonna put a duration to something like 0.08, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move to Unity. So basically what we're doing, we basically just moving over to this camera shake script, and then we just calling this shake function, and shake function just doing this thing which is shaking our camera. So basically that is the thing, and let's go to Unity, and it should be fine by now. So let's go to Unity, and let's click on this play button in the top. So once we're gonna take damage from that enemy 2 game object, you will see our this player, it just gonna take damages. Oh sorry, it our camera just gonna shake. So let's get closer to our enemy 2. We can see, so whenever this enemy 2 just taking damage, we can see camera is shaking, and that's pretty cool to see. So this is perfect. I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and this is cool thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just go to enemy to game object in the hierarchy overrides, and then click on apply all. If you changes anything in this enemy to game object in the hierarchy, it will be saved this enemy to game object prefab as well. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my project. Whatever I have done so far, it's gonna be saved.